Welcome back on in. It is day number 2 of the ESL Challenger League Season 49 Asia Pacific Playoffs. We're back again for another day. We've got Tyloo and Chinggis Warriors. We did get to see Chinggis Warriors playing yesterday. It was a bit of a mess, Pilski. It was a bit of a mess, but we're back again to run it back, or maybe hopefully to not run it back. We'll hope for something a bit different.
To be fair, every time Chinggis Warriors play, it is a bit of a mess, and that is their ultimate strength and their ultimate weakness. They can create chaos, they can catch players off guard, and they have some fantastic individual skills. So look, if that is not something that Tyloo are ready for in this game here in the upper bracket, then they might be having to slog it down there in the lower bracket like Rare Adam are after yesterday's result.
Indeed. Rare Adam and Fengda. You can watch that one over on the B stream if you would like to. That is potentially getting underway fairly shortly. Now, apparently, the Huns are playing over in the Mesa tournament, so they might be forfeiting their game against Linvision, which is going to throw this bracket into a bit of chaos. We'll keep you updated with that information as we do get it, but I imagine that that game is actually going to end up being a forfeit. For us, Tyloo Chinggis Warriors up there in upper bracket round 2, as we've sort of highlighted, and looking towards the lower side of things as well. We've got some matches still yet to be played out as well. So there's a lot going on here in the ESL Challenger League playoffs. But outside of, I guess, Chinggis Warriors getting the upset, I would say over Rare Adam yesterday, we've kind of got the usual suspects up there in the second round of the upper bracket.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Obviously, most of these teams being seeded through from the regular season had a couple of teams that have participated in some of these events miss out, like God's Reign, in some of the MRQs and some of the other various tournaments kicking around Asia right now. But at the end of things, you have some of the teams like Fengda, Nomads, Just Swing. These are, some of these decent teams in Asia that sit kind of in the middle of the pack, minus 72C. Some of the usual suspects making it into the playoffs here, seeded into the lower bracket, and here in the upper bracket we'll be getting our eyes on many of the favorites for this tournament. Tyloo Chinggis Warriors being some of them. Linvision Huns, I would also argue, some favorites for this tournament, but if that schedule conflict does come through, then look, I think Linvision, they're going to be given an easier time in a game that I probably would have backed them to win anyway. Take a look at the video here. Pick of Nuke for Chinggis Warriors. Inferno going to be picked by Tyloo. I dare say they're going to be looking at the fact that Chinggis Warriors picked that yesterday and got slapped by Rare Adam, and Anubis will be our decider here.
Yeah, very interesting to me that we don't get to see Ancient in this series, actually. I felt like that was one that both teams really have been liking to go towards and have a degree of success on. Honestly, I'm very, very surprised. I'm kind of intrigued even as to what Chinggis Warriors is going to be able to bring for us here on Nuke. I know it hasn't exactly been a phenomenal map for Tyloo, just statistically speaking, over the last few months, but they've been a core that has always played the Nuke. It's been definitely in the wheelhouse for the Jam Young, Mercury, Mosey core, so they should still kind of know their way around this one. But look, we haven't even really touched too much on this matchup just yet. Like Tyloo versus Chinggis Warriors, I think just looking at it on face value, for me personally, I would pretty heavily be leaning the way of Tyloo. I'd almost think this one would ideally be a 2-0 if we're talking about it from the perspective of Tyloo, and we can touch on our predictions for it as well, which shouldn't be too much of a surprise given the fact that I've just said I think it should be a 2-0 for Tyloo, that I have predicted for Tyloo. Frankly, Pilski, I've actually been a little bit disappointed actually by what we've been seeing lately from Chinggis Warriors. I don't hugely enjoy the style that they play. I think it's very, very inconsistent, and even though they've managed to make their way through to the major, through that Mongolia qualifier, I don't think that the level of Counter-Strike that they've been bringing has been up to the same scratch as something like a Tyloo at their best. So in my mind, I'm pretty heavily leaning towards Tyloo for this one, but that opinion could very much change based on how Tyloo comes out of the gates, because we know in some of these online competitions, they can be a little bit wishy-washy, right? They're generally pretty good on LAN, but in online competitions, we've seen them drop to far worse teams than Chinggis Warriors, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it again happen tonight.
Yeah, I want to see if Chinggis Warriors just rock up with their full lineup in the server as well, because I do see Carnage listed over there on HLTV. He was filling in, and he had some interesting rounds, some decent rounds actually yesterday against Rare Adam, who, to be fair, gave him way too much room to actually find some impact in some of those games. So I don't think that he's going to have that same luxury here against Tyloo. So if you do have coach in the server yet again here for Chinggis Warriors and you don't see Coolast available to play, then I'm definitely leaning very heavily towards Tyloo. I got my eyes on Attacker in this game as well, flicking back through some of their last couple of Nuke games. He's been a little bit up and down. I'm looking at them losing to Splashkey and co. And he went 4-19. So definitely want to see him pick up the performance a little bit here on Nuke, because you can't be losing to Splashkey at the end of the day.
No, you definitely can be losing to Splashkey, by the way. Splashkey's actually pretty good.
He's a bit of a gamer.
Thing is,
Nick from Paper X was telling me that the other day. He's like, Splashkey's kind of crazy with it. I'm like, oh yeah, why don't you pick it up for your team? And it's like, well, he asked me a year ago or something like that. I'm like, well, I don't know if you could be asking them when they're in their prime. You should have jumped on that boat a couple of years ago, to be honest, mate.
Yeah, too true. The thing is, like, okay, I could actually say, yeah, look, you can lose to Splashkey, and that's fair enough, because I think, based on what I've seen of him in CS2, more so in 2025, really, I think he's typically been the best player on his teams. When we saw him back at Extremes Land, it was fairly obvious to me that he was the one that, you know, if he wasn't getting it done, no one really was. And that may be the case again here for Sheikah, though. They have had some decent success. I thought that Bjarkmeet guy was okay in some of the matches that I watched. Impression, look, I hate to call him out, but I don't know if he's still got that dog in him. I don't know if he's still got that dog in him.
Well and truly washed at this point. He is washed. He is thoroughly cleansed.
Yeah, I can make a bit of an argument for Splashkey making a bit of a return, you know, in one of these like middle of the pack kind of teams. But Impression, you know, you might have to stick to team management as far as I'm concerned. But Sheikah, I'd be keen to see what they could get done, honestly. Unfortunately,
we say it with love. We say it with love. We love Impression. He's our favorite guy, you know. But when you're washed, you're washed. Like, I know I'm washed, you know. I'm just still turning up. I'm still washed, and that's okay.
I'm sure he knows. I'm sure he knows. And look, the unfortunate thing is for Sheikah, they are still a fairly new team, so they haven't been able to kind of qualify into anything too fantastic just yet. But we may see them again popping up in the next season of ESL Challenger League, season 50. Have a look
50,
at...
brother. Yeah. Bloody hell.
Have a look at how those invitations do actually get put out, because I think a lot of them are now going to come from VRS. Yeah. So 8 slots from VRS for Asia. So the top 8 teams in Asia will get the VRS invite, and then presumably Mongols will decline, and so that will then filter through. And then 4 slots from ESEA Open season 52, 2 of which are now Eruption. Oh no, 3. Oh, they've actually all been
I'm sure it's already done. Like, half the season's running concurrently half the time.
Yeah. So Eruption, Dog Evil, Boring Players, and Looking for Sponsor, which is a Mongolian team, not the Russian team looking for org.
Who's Boring Players?
Boring Players is ZD, Jun, Mystic, Tutu, and Carl. It's a Chinese team.
Yeah, I remember Carl and ZDR. That's the guy that was on Tyloo for a bit, right?
It's that is the name, but I don't know if it's the exact same person. But it would make sense if it was.
Yeah, waiting for one more player to get in the server, guys. So look, we'll just keep having a chat as we always do about general Asian CS topics, and spin a yarn. You know, go grab yourself some popcorn or make yourself a cup of tea. We'll be getting into the game shortly, I believe.
Well, it's good to believe, Pilsky. You know, like, that's what you need to have, a bit of self-belief every now and then.
Yeah, I mean, self-belief. I mean, if I had self-belief, then I don't know if I would still be casting Asian CS here 10 years later, almost 10 years later. It's been that long. It's been more than 10 years for you then, if it's been almost 10 years for me.
I'm coming up on... I can't recall exactly when I started casting. I think I did start casting late 2013, early 2014. So I've definitely been casting more than 10 years. But CS, yeah, would have been around 2015. So 10 years in CS almost.
There you go. Well, look, I think Tyloo should be a pretty safe dub for them today. I do know they're going to be very happy that they did qualify for the major this time around. And looking here at the bracket, if they get this dub, they are one game away through the upper final at trying to make their way into the grand final and get to Pro League. Only one spot through from Asia to get into Pro League Season 22 here. So, not as generous on the slot allocation as in previous times, but at the same time, you could see multiple Asia teams. You could see some invites for your fellas over there on Mongols. Don't know if FlyQuest are far enough up the VRS anymore to be receiving invites these days.
No, I think they were around 30 after having played out the MRQ. Oh, apparently they're up to 21 again. No.
Not bad.
Wait. How's that? No,
Maybe
there's something
grinding.
cooked here. It says they're on 53 HLTV. Oh, that's HLTV ranking, sorry. Valve ranking, which is the one that really matters, has them at 26. So they did make a pretty dramatic rise after the MRQ because they were down at like 51 at one point. So bit of moving and shaking to be done. Obviously, a couple more of these Asia domestic tournaments going to be closing out over the next month or two, right? Where, got the Nomadic Masters over in Mongolia happening at the moment. That's not it's not an Asia domestic tournament, but it does have a few Asia teams. And then the all-important Asia Champions League. That's the big one for teams like FlyQuest. If they can win that, they're going to earn themselves quite a nice little bump. So still a lot of moving and shaking to be done, but yeah, starting to grow that VRS rank back up nicely.
Love to see it. So, look, as you do get in some of these regions, having some technical issues of the connection variety, Chinese teams versus Mongolian teams. I know you guys know how that all goes. Got some high pings, got some different servers that you're testing, some various VPNs and things. I remember going onto the old Chinese boot camp not too long ago and trying different VPNs, and none of them quite felt like they were perfect. Pretty much every VPN felt a little bit cooked. It's not optimal playing conditions, that's for sure.
Yeah, it is one of those things, particularly in these matches between the Chinese and the Mongolian teams. There'll be a little bit of jostling. You would think it would be pretty straightforward, but I don't know if Chinggis Warriors are actually in China at the moment for ACL because they're on a break week at the moment. So there's a possibility that they've gone back home and then are coming back in to China again. But if they're both in China, it would be a little bit strange. Anyway, who really knows at this point? All we can really say is, we're hoping that this game's going to get underway pretty quickly. What I can say is it does look like Carnage is playing for Chinggis Warriors again tonight. I can see him in the server on the HLTV page, which is quite strange because Chinggis Warriors did just play a game in the Nomadic Masters. That was against Heroic, and Kulas was playing in that game. So I'm a little bit perplexed as to why Carnage would be playing here. Oh, it's because Chinggis Warriors had news in the team, I imagine, during the season. So
yeah, I can see news listed in ECL.
They haven't been able to make that substitution, that roster change. So I guess that makes sense.
Interesting.
He's actually their core roster for this event.
Yeah, Kulas was on in the MRQ. Was Kulas playing on a different roster for ECL, or they just weren't allowed to make it was past the deadline or something?
It would have been too far past the deadline, I'm sure. But he was in IHC prior to moving into Chinggis Warriors.
Right. Makes sense.
So yeah, there's a bit of bit of toing and froing happening in that Mongolian scene at the moment. So it's all about kind of getting that into place, and that definitely, I guess, is a pretty reasonable excuse for Chinggis Warriors as to why they would be using Carnage in the server, but still doesn't necessarily explain why we got the Rare Atom coach yesterday in the server.
He's
and it looks like that'll
today.
be the case
I think
again
he was
today.
listed.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
I guess, I mean, I'm kind of, every time I see something like that, I'm kind of wondering if somebody's had enough, because I think he was flirting with hanging it up for a while, wasn't he?
Yeah, towards the start of this year. But then he.
Oh no, he's in. He's in today. He's in.
Yeah, I was going to say
I just loaded it up.
They did make an announcement that he had re-signed for 12 months, I think. And that was
cool.
after, I'm pretty sure after Extremes Land. So that would make it until like January next year at least.
Yeah, I just clicked on the game, and it's, even though ZHC was listed, somebody's in the server. So yeah, that's good.
All right, well, looks like we're having some troubles, so we're going to go to a break, and hopefully we'll be back soon. Alrighty, here we go, guys. The moment we've all been waiting for. The match is live. It is Tyloo and Chinggis Warriors. Well, 4 out of 5 of the Chinggis Warriors, because Carnage is in there as the coach. So, see what he can do in the service today. He was actually kind of decent yesterday, I have to say. So, we'll see if that helps or hinders Chinggis Warriors up against a, well, hopefully good Tyloo. They are a bit wishy-washy sometimes online, but let's kick things off into the pistol. It's Tyloo on CT side.
Yeah, 5 sets of armor, so this is just going to be some kind of contact play into the upper side or a ramp rush, I'd imagine.
There's the footsteps and the kills coming through as well. Mosey able to get himself just the one, but attackers in there as well from Heaven for another. He's got Jam Young next to him. For the moment, Tyloo happy with the proceedings. They don't want to overcommit too much. In the end, though, they will get the opportunity over to Carnage to find himself a couple again. This guy keeps delivering. Ariukul also for 2. So 4 on 3 goes actually quite handedly the way of Chinggis.
Yeah, I think Chinggis yesterday did a little bit of trolling in the veto. They picked Inferno and ended up getting 13 forward. But you were kind of mentioning a little bit. I mean, if you look at the overall map pool for Tyloo, Nuke's something that they don't have a lot of reps on, and the reps that they do have don't fill you with a lot of confidence. So Chinggis Warriors picking towards this map instead of something that they might have a slightly better win rate on or slightly more reps on is, you know, I can see the reason why they've angled for that.
Yeah, don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I think Chinggis Warriors, they can definitely pick themselves up this map here. Obviously, pistol round is a nice start. Nothing too crazy outrageous in this round from Chinggis Warriors. They're going to get that wall of smokes up on outer, walk a couple of players down secret. In fact, maybe even walk the entire team down secret. And just slowly approach this round, which is honestly kind of in line with the way that they were playing yesterday on the T side as well. Quite a slow approach in general.
Yeah, yesterday I think they realized that they could cut sound in the mid round a lot of the time versus rare item and just kind of bait out unforced errors. Was a pretty effective way of playing the good old T side of Ancient. So look, they've secured the lower side. Tyloo with a little bit of a ramp stack won't have a super big rotation timing. They're heading towards the ladder base though, so maybe not wanting to feed kills over to the Mac 10s perhaps.
Not a particularly aggravated start to the game, is it really? Here comes the peek through. Mercury able to get one with the assistance of attacker. Mac 10 picked up, not going to be resulting in too much. And Jam Young can't get too much done either, so that'll be around for Chinggis Warriors. Right, it'll be buy time for Tyloo, and that'll be where things start to get a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, you would definitely hope so. Buy will come through here for Tyloo. Is M4s and pretty limited util. Do have a couple of mollies in the mix, so they want to try to run some of those anti-rush protocols, stop some of these quicker plays here for Chinggis Warriors. But you didn't see any of those Mac 10s kept over into round number 3 here, so it's going to be rifle-centric gameplay for Chinggis Warriors to start things off here. Disruptive smoke here for Tyloo to maybe play a closer position on outside towards T-Red or something like that. Wall of smoke in response for Chinggis Warriors, but they do just have E-Fire poking around on outside, and the rest of Chinggis Warriors looking for this ramp room timing.
Jam Young unable to get involved early on in the round. G does find himself a double, so it does make things at least even on the exchange in ramp. But a lot of map control lost. Territory given over to Chinggis Warriors that they will start to work their way down toward B. Mosea is there, but he's got multiple angles to watch. Eventually takes control of that control room. But in the meanwhile, the bomb plant did go down. And has he been spotted out? Not too sure. Definitely not. As Carnage just floating around on that bomb site will give up the advantage.
E-Fire trying to get in the action, but not able to do it. Nice little retake there for Tyloo. It's good opening gun round for them. Don't lose too much. 3 guns surviving is a pretty good result. They're going to be happy with how that's gone.
Yeah, that's exactly how you'd want your first gun round to be going. You know, get a little tested, but pretty comfortable. Nice little 2K from G, does have to be said. And this from Khan is just falling asleep a little bit at the wheel there. And I think that those are the kinds of moments where you look at what he's up to and you think, okay, he's someone that, you know, clearly he's a decent player and he's pretty sharp and he's been involved in the game in a very heavy way, but around like that, dying there, it just kind of shows that, you know, maybe he's not been keeping quite so up to date in the server as what you might need to beat a team like Tyloo. Nice flash onto Mercury's position, and that'll be the end of him.
Yeah, that was a flash from Carnage, so really well read there. Wall of smoke is still in effect, so you do have a player at Unbreakable, Annex, and Secret, so you can see Tyloo want to fight outside here on the timing.
There's Jamyoung for his first kill of the map, and an Incend to ensure that no one can try to push down and challenge him. He's in fact going to continue the challenge as he knows there's a bit of fighting still happening outside of Annex, and Mosea just finding the timing on a couple of players before eventually being brought down. So it's just a fox among the henhouse in this one for Chinggis Warriors as they tried to set themselves up for an outer take, but Tyloo never really let them get settled.
You can see as soon as they lost that opening pick, they were immediately ready to rotate and fight towards outside. Did not want to allow Chinggis Warriors to run any kind of outside control and take things from there, whether they go into warehouse or secret. They were never even really allowed to make it deep on the yard. Tyloo just wanting to disrupt early on this CT side and stop things before they even get rolling. So that's two pretty clean gun rounds in a row here for Tyloo, breaking the T-side economy nice and early on, and they are well and truly the team that's in control of this game in Nuke right now.
Yeah, money completely broken. Best case scenario, you've got a P250 here for controls, so that does not give you a whole lot of fun to work with in this one, and we may just see Chinggis Warriors slow it down again. Set up for somewhat of an A pop, really. Just going to jump out altogether once this door gets opened up. Attacker spots out controls, though. And more or less going to ensure this should be a pretty clean round. He's only just now going to be taken down. And in the end, another pretty clean one for Tyloo. So the CT side is starting to build quite nicely indeed.
Very clean gun round. Could see 2+K on the majority of these players here on the CT side, so their economy very healthy. Very happy with how this one has started. Over on the side of Chinggis Warriors, a little bit lighter on the util, only 2 flashes to get through the rest of this round, so it's going to make taking further control in outside or disrupting some of these lines, breaking these lines a lot harder, as well as playing against the ult. It's an easy first pick for G. Not really dissuaded from taking that opening kill from many of the smokes, and the singular flash over outside comes way too late. Mercury, the next one to take some contact if Chinggis Warriors make any kind of moves towards secret here.
Yeah, they're not making many moves, are they? Just stuck at red crate for the moment. And not really an easy way for them to cross. They've only got the one smoke.
Yeah, then it's just another dry peek into the ult. It's not going to go well.
Well, we were, I would say, somewhat critical of Chinggis Warriors yesterday. And it might be time to start getting out the criticism stick again soon if things persist for Chinggis Warriors. Haryukul jumping there, not heard by Mercury by the looks of things, at least based on the fact that he did not pre-aim that angle. So Haryukul maybe just getting a little bit lucky that Mercury was out of audio range. Jamyoung only going to be good for the 1-for-1, and all of a sudden this round has just opened up. Chinggis Warriors winning, I would say, at least one lucky aim duel, but a couple of aim duels themselves has given them a chance to win this round, although G is still kicking around towards B, and with 16 seconds on the clock, luckily that bomb plant is going to go down safely.
Yeah, Attacker and G looking to contest Windows side. Carnage is having a round, 3 kills already. And, oh, beautiful quickscope for G to be able to trade things out. Aricle's repositioned onto the site here, though.
And she's got no idea where he is, but he's making the right moves, getting up towards control room. And if he could find a timing, but he's looking in the wrong direction. And so that will be the end of that round for Tyloo. One which started well, but, you know, falling into that, maybe that same trap as Rare Adam yesterday when Chinggis Warriors slow things down in the mid round. They can actually get a lot of work done.
Yeah, for sure. Even though that round starts terribly for them, they're able to complete a 3-on-5, and a lot of that is Carnage. He put 3 together that round. Him and Ariuku combined for all 5. Tyloo really missed the boat there. All picked up now from Carnage. Saw a little bit from him yesterday. G has repurchased the AWP here. So we have an AWP on AWP duel, 1900 loss bonus apiece. Both of these teams heavily resettable. And Carnage is going to actually win the AWP duel versus G. This is outrageous. This guy's playing insane.
Again, good map control being taken early by Chinggis Warriors in this round. It's an unsettled looking Tyloo in this particular round. They've already had to put Mose down toward B. And Mercury playing quite a safe line on outer.
Yeah. I mean, this is what Chinggis Warriors were doing yesterday against Rare Adam. They would just cut sound in the mid round and wait for mistakes to come out from the CTs. Can see once again there is shifting away from Tyloo. Mercury is able to take advantage of that timing though and smoke himself off to even up the numbers and should be able to safely leave here. The smoke doesn't quite cover everything though, and he almost gets caught on the cross.
Oh, attacker. Looked like it might have been a little bit of a whiff, but he's actually handled it quite well in the end. One more player out from door. Attacker gets a triple. And in the blink of an eye, it went from not a bad looking round for Chinggis Warriors to another clean one for Tyloo.
Good couple of frags coming in, and you can see continually that Annex hold towards outside has been a winner for Tyloo. Their ability to kind of pivot in the mid round and move some aggressive riflers over there has been pretty fruitful for them. Attackers 9-4. I was just saying he was got almost 420 blaze against Sheikah on one of these more recent games on Nuke. But look, seems like as that uppers anchor, he's doing a hell of a lot better this game. Chinggis Warriors did lose the swing round, so they are brokies now. And Tyloo, they've been winning a lot of these important rounds, bar the pistol.
Was that Carnage just picking up the deagle, or was he trying to fake flash with the pistol? I don't know. I assume he was picking up the deagle. Oh. It doesn't matter in the end, as Mercury's going to clean them all up. So 5-3 will be the score, and Tyloo, they're motoring along okay.
Yeah, that was a beautiful anti-eco. That was a one clipper from Mercury.
Yep.
This is your IGL, by the way. Your IGL is this sharp. Tells you a lot about the ceiling of a Tyloo, especially if Attacker starts to rediscover some of his form going into the major. Then this is a pretty scary looking team, skill-wise, which is really at their core identity what Tyloo should be, to be perfectly honest.
Sometimes that's the case, sometimes not. Jose up full at vent, and now Attacker under a bit of pressure there on upper, but he's done really well. How? I mean, he should have just been dead.
Absolutely should have been traded. But him and Mercury will combine for all 5 there. Nice uppers hold and some sloppy aim from Chinggis Warriors. The inability to be able to really trade out that player on towards rafters there is really not going to be something that is going to be acceptable when you're going for those uppers timings. Need to either hit some sharp entries or be able to, at the minimum, trade. And Chinggis Warriors were able to do neither. They're once again getting reset, and the money just continues to skyrocket here for Tyloo. They're probably set for the half now.
Now, well, how big can they actually turn this half? Because again, a lost round against a buy like this one could really start to throw a spanner in the works and give Chinggis Warriors a bit of an in back into the half. They've still got 3 smokes here, so can re-smoke for the cross, which ultimately is what they're going to end up having to do. They did wait out that initial grenade. So they are able to get all 5 players down, at least down secret, but not down 2B because there's already a big pre-rotate. But Tyloo losing players all over the place, and that's what I'm talking about, Pilsky. They've completely neglected Jamyang's position, so he'll be able to deny a bomb plant and get himself a second, but can't follow up for the third, and Carnage and Controls have found one apiece. So despite the hero attempt from Jamyang, this round has just kind of fallen apart, which is wild to think considering Tyloo had 3 players on B as Chinggis Warriors were making their way down secret.
Yeah, but that is Chinggis Warriors in a nutshell. Like, this team is just so sharp. The individuals can completely catch you off guard. Like, G trying to hold on to the AWP here. That's a missed shot that he may be regretting, as Controls will take it out of his hands, and that's going to be picked up for Carnage. 4 up for Chinggis Warriors, and what was going to be a very clean CT half of Tyloo very quickly turns on its head. Tech9s get through. They pick up a handful of rifles. It's a huge economy swing here. Some degree of pressure to be put on Tyloo's economy as they stare down the potential of only having like 4K in that next round. Only $1,900 for Jing if he doesn't save the AWP. So the chance at a 6-6 is very real now for Chinggis Warriors.
Yeah, not something that Tyloo would have really hoped would be the case, but gonna have to work hard again in this round. Chinggis Warriors will start off with another Outers play. They've been liking this Outers walk into secret.
Mosey's already rotated down. Jamyang in the backside of warehouse listening for footsteps, but there are none to be heard.
So yeah, we'll be getting that info.
Rotation from G. Brings the AWP over. Mercury going to pick up ramps.
Well, that's a nice angle from the observers.
Hello.
Haven't seen that
Beautiful.
one before. G with the AWP. It's going to be
So
hitting
much
that one
util as well.
every day of the week. So Rooks will go down early on in the piece, and G just changes up his position, looking for more. Spots the player out on the left side. Gets a leg shot. And unfortunately, Mosea unable to really do anything with that damage. So now it's down to Mercury trying to find a timing out through this smoke. It honestly kind of looked like he was going to be able to do so, and he did for a 1-for-1. Jamyang quickly down to doors. He's heard the footsteps on the site, but Tyloo just not winning their duels.
Nicely done. Another pretty successful lowest hit there for Chinggis Warriors. And you can see Tyloo, G is broke after losing that all. Started off well for them. I mean, this is how many man disadvantages have Chinggis Warriors been able to recover here, Jordan? Like, they've done a really good job fighting their way through these mid rounds. Rooks hasn't been able to do anything this game. Man's 1-10, but everybody else is pitching in some impact rounds. Controls and Ariukul. And Carnage, actually, has had a lot of pretty big multi-frags.
Definitely getting into danger territory for Tyloo. That was an interesting play that's worked out fantastically, actually. Smoke's going to go into the position, but Rook's now finding himself a couple. You mentioned he was only on 1. He didn't really feel like finishing off the half with only the 1 kill, so he's now gone up to 3.
E5's slipped down secret and Jamyang in lobby, so a couple of key players that could definitely change the outcome of this round. Ariukul going down. That's the bomb dropped on outside. Really kind of complicates things here.
Mosea going to start to come across and try to bolster that Outers defense. Jamyang has to keep an eye on A. This is a good line to do it from. But may come into question if Carnage walks all the way around to heaven, which maybe is what Mosea is a little bit concerned about. So you can kind of see the cogs are turning in the heads of Tyloo at the moment, expecting this push to be coming through. Carnage spotted out by Mosea, but it does not matter. This guy just cannot be killed, apparently. Unless it's Mercury that's going to do that job. E5 will get himself 1 kill. Mercury now for the double. He'll need 3. He's going to go for the swing. He's going to back himself, and he does well to win the 1v1. 7-5, Tyloo maintain the lead at halftime. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it was a fairly inconsequential first half, actually. 7-5. Feels like we've kind of hit the par score on both sides. So still a lot to do for both teams as we head into the second half here. But pistol round, all important, will tell us quite a bit. Mercury has decided to go for the singular smoke and flash. Jamyoung's been given P250 in addition to his body armor.
It's a big spawn outside if I've ever seen one. That's going to be Annex smoke or like a Windows smoke. P250 is going to be running across outside, a rat-a-tat-tapping.
Rat-a-tat-tapping. That is the Jamyoung way.
He do be tapping.
So Mercury's got to find the exact right white dot on the ground there to line this smoke up. Holding on to it patiently. There we go. Tossed out now.
Waterfall smoke and flash, and we're just going to take duels on outside with the P2.
Well, she just going to be waiting for the push out from Annex, and that P250 not finding too much just yet. The Glock of Mosea, though, a different story as he will claim controls. Now that is the ramp room taken by Tyloo, and additionally, it will be the B-bomb site claimed as well.
Yeah, this is actually a really nice pistol from Tyloo. It's simple, but like the little subtleties in positioning is what is making it really nice.
Well, Rooks trying to get some work done with these dualies, and being given somewhat of a 1v1. Mosea not really moving too quickly. He was watching the other side of Megaton. He will actually get his man. We are back though to a 3-on-3. Carnage making a lot of noise in decon. And this is really getting messy. Tyloo into the vent have decided they want to go up to A. Jamyoung is holding on to that bomb, so Mosea's been left for dead down on B. But Tyloo getting themselves a bomb plant quite quickly on A. He's going to put some time pressure on Chinggis Warriors.
Off angle from attacker is looking real juicy here.
Yeah, they've heard them coming as well. So Jamyoung can set up with a crossfire in from Hunt, and this should be a round for Tyloo every day of the week. That's well done from them. What a nice pistol to watch there from Tyloo.
Yeah. Little pressure on outside, wrapping in through ladder base after taking that duel with the Heaven player. Mosey was just lying in wait in radio, and as soon as Tyloo pushes that ladder base player or the ramp player away into elbow down ramp room side, that pushes him straight into the arms of Mosey. Did have the duels being taken down there in lower. I feel like Tyloo pretty much completed the map. There's no fog of war left on Nuke here for Tyloo after that pistol. Carnage has got the D here. I mean, that's a beautiful shot from him. It's really impressive to see a coach be able to hit such incredible shots. He's got the reactions of a much younger player.
It's true. Rooks gets deleted by Jamyoung through the smoke, though. There's a little bit going on out of here for Tyloo. They need to be a little aware of. That one, the push from Carnage, most importantly, out from Secret. But Control's also with the deagle in hand here, waiting for the smoke to fade. Maybe even think about just pushing through it. They have left Mosea to just keep an eye on that, and he's able to lock in that kill on the warehouse player. Nice and easy, starting to work his way into Annex as well. And that is probably all she wrote for Chinggis Warriors. So 9-5, and Tyloo building on that lead quite nicely, but job's not yet done.
Yeah. First gun around here for Chinggis Warriors. Won't be able to afford themselves an AWP. A little lighter on the util for one or two of these players, but not a huge deal. Tyloo's money's looking pretty solid here. This is the rough part of losing that second half pistol on the CT side. They need to get going sooner rather than later, so this or the next gun round, kind of a must win here for Chinggis Warriors.
Yeah, it's not an easy round to do it in, though. Not a whole lot of util at all. Can't really be playing delay on Tyloo here. Have to win some nice aim duels. And already Tyloo looking to take a bit of space. Mercury, he's been given a second lease on life here, but still unable to claim the kill onto Rooks. Jamyoung hoping for the trade. Will be searching for that opportunity. Does spot the head out. Hasn't managed to land the initial shot, but goes in for the second swing and gets himself another one. Nice flash into Annex. That is beautiful from Tyloo and beautiful from Jamyoung as well. 3-on-1. Carnage is going to find himself with a lot to do.
POV Carnage cam. Plant's going to go down in upper.
I tell you what, he might be the coolest coach I've seen in a while.
He is absolutely the coolest.
He looks
No
good in the
doubt about
server.
it.
But can I also say that round, you know, that was kind of sexy from Tyloo, no?
Oh yeah, 100%. The pistol was kind of sexy too.
Yeah.
Like I'm about to act up out here.
I'm about to start saying nice things about Tyloo again.
Whoa, calm down. Don't jinx it. We haven't seen the major yet. Relax.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just an
But,
ECL game, buddy. Chill out.
It's making me feel some kind of way.
Seeing teamwork and sharp aim.
And strats.
Strats. That's a new thing for Tyloo. That's a last couple of years invention.
Yep.
Their best strats used to be double smoking CT spawn on Inferno, or missing the window smoke on Mirage. Those are some of their finest back in the day.
Yep, those are good.
Just miss all utility and then win aim duels. It's a different era of Tyloo, I'll tell you what. Like, Mongolia is now China, and China is now Korea. In modern CS. Am I wrong?
That's just, that's cultural inflation, we'll call it.
There needs to be a documentary about this immediately.
Well, if the last round was a must-win for Chinggis Warriors, this one certainly that, but to the nth degree. Face off just an M4 or 2. Funnily enough, one of them in the hands of Carnage, the coach, but he's put it to good use. Mercury quickly able to get that M4 out of the picture as G will find that actual kill. So we're back to 4-on-3, and well, Controls has been able to retrieve the gun, but if Tyloo was switched on, they would have noticed that that gun just disappeared right in front of their very eyes.
Spooky. He hasn't had a chance to reload it yet, though. Ariukul's gone down and up, but you could get the pivot here for Tyloo, but they're just going to take everything. Let's just keep exploring the map. You know, just had a Oblivion remastered come out, so we're just taking that same kind of approach. 11-5. Like, yeah, I think after the T pistol, I was thinking, yeah, man, I can see why they picked a Nuke. But yeah, Tyloo can play this map.
Yep. You a bit of an Oblivion fan? You're gonna pick up the remaster?
I don't think so, but I am a big fan of the game. I did have some nostalgia recently with the last WoW Classic little iteration. That was some feel-good vibes that turned very quickly into degeneracy. So I'm kind of thinking like I probably shouldn't be getting on the Oblivion grind because I got stuff to do, bro.
I'm just turned off by the price, really.
Yeah. That is crazy.
That's why I never became an AWPer. It's too expensive.
Yeah. Monacy, man. These AWPers are expensive as hell.
It's true. Well, this map is looking pretty expensive for Chinggis Warriors as well. They're just not putting it together. Their map picks have been not too good so far in the playoffs. They lost their map pick yesterday as well against Rare Adam.
That's true.
This round is not over just yet, nor is this map done either. We have to see a double kill here on the ramp, and they're not going to happen. Controls and Carnage trying to hold on to it. It's going to be a forward flash in as Attacker's just kind of keen for the fight. He's raring to go, man. He's 17-8.
Yeah. He's looking like he's 17 again. Bloody sharp as Attacker right now. Attacker, some would say.
Well, Tyloo just going to cut sound in the mid-round here and hope that Chinggis Warriors were going to give them a freebie. Not going to happen. So time to walk their way down toward B, which is where eFire is waiting. Attacker with a little bit more HP. You'd hope is probably going to be the one to be alive for the clutch. Won't be the case. And G, with 18 seconds left on the clock, has no choice but to essentially take this fight. It's an unfavorable one for him, having to walk forward to find that angle. And so a 6th on the board for Chinggis Warriors at least.
Yeah, nicely done from them. Got some key points of aggression from some of these individuals, which is what Chinggis Warriors do best. Get the boys involved in the action. Doesn't break Tyloo's money, though. And money, look, trending downwards here for Chinggis Warriors. 2.9 loss bonus, and they got 3 people who will be broke if they lose this round. So if they lose a couple picks here, you need to get saving. Tyloo quite concerned about this outside aggression right now. These are some weird smokes that they've been looking at. Expecting someone to be lurking around in the yard.
Yeah, Nathan, the smoke's going to come through quite a bit too early for Rooks to be seeing anything. And again, it's just these flashes into Annex that are completely cooking Chinggis Warriors. Jamyoung from the Annex roof is kind of like a ninja, you know? He just drops down and you're dead.
That was aura. I saw that.
And it's not the first time that he's done that, by the way, but can't get the better of Carnage, whose head was just spotted by the player in Warehouse. And now eFire on a bit of a mission. Might find Mercury, will find Mercury. It's a very strange round, this one.
Yeah. Man, disadvantage for Tyloo. They're going to try to rectify that with a bit of an uppers contact. There's only one player on the site here, so this could definitely work out for them. Oh, they got a 3-stack now, actually.
Carnage will be able to turn away from that flash. Should be traded down by Attacker, but now it is on to G, who's going to miss the shotgun AWP, and in the end will give up his life. So CT side now starting to get rolling a little bit for Chinggis Warriors.
Yeah, definitely making this game a lot closer. Good stuff from Carnage. He's got the AWP out now. As we go into a pause. Oh, Oh, not a long one. Straight back out of it.
Well, still got a little bit of a buy coming through here for Tyloo. It's going to be the hero AK for Jamyoung. You've got a couple of flashes in there for Mercury as well. Be expecting maybe to see some Annex shenanigans once again. They can get Jamyoung onto the roof. It does look like he might be headed there because he's going straight up onto Silo. And indeed, he's onto Annex roof. So keep an eye out on these flashes. Mercury's got one more.
Looks some tech armor and a hero AK. Jamyoung's trying to drop down into Annex again. Pressure on E-Fire, but he has got backup. Nice little double swing to deal with Jamyoung, and it's just a couple of boys down in lower trying to make a dream happen. Not much to it right now.
Bomb plan is going to be something at least. Tech9s can do a bit of work. We saw Chinggis Warriors win a Tech9 round in the first half. Attacker hiding inside of this smoke, hearing Chinggis Warriors go past him at the moment. This could be dangerous indeed if Mercury finds himself one, but Attacker doesn't swing. And so maybe the moment is lost. It's just G now on the site. There's a smoke here for the defusers. Rooks low on HP. Should get cleaned up here by G if he just spams into the smoke. Can't do it. And Chinggis Warriors have another.
Yeah, one closer. Bomb plant does give a much better buy over to Tyloo, who 4.6 for Mosey. Should be full util on everyone. G considering whether he wants to go glass cannon to get the AWP out. And another cheeky little pause here.
Maybe again a bit of a VPN issue, which is what was the case when we were trying to get this game underway.
You can see Chinggis Warriors playing on about 80 ping. So this is the difficulty of being a Mongolian team. Tyloo, I imagine they're playing on Hong Kong. They're chilling at about 30.
But I don't understand this though, because I would have thought that Chinggis Warriors would be in China still.
Yeah, that's what I would have said, but apparently they're on 80. I mean, I saw it earlier.
Yeah, so have they gone back home instead of staying?
Between groups and playoffs of ACL, I'd assume so, yeah.
It was only like it's only like a week break. I mean, it's not that far for them to go home, so I guess that's fair enough, but
either
just
that
played
or
all
they
these
were
games
the
from
team in the
China.
MRQ was having all those internet issues
Yeah, maybe.
at the boot camp.
It's possible. Either way, Tyloo once again back into the Buyers Club, so not going to be letting Chinggis Warriors sit pretty for too long. Mercury's opened the account this time. It's E-Fire that's gone down. Got a player lurking his way down on B. It is in fact actually Mercury who's now caught up with controls, and the rest of the players will flood their way down ramp. There's just nothing that Rooks can do about that. So Tyloo are going to go storming to number 12 now.
Yeah, map point for him. Jamyoung sticking around on outside. Does take one more gun out of Ariuko's hands. It is just carnage. Trying to hide away inside of the warehouse. Can't be seen by the player on database. So I don't know how deep they're going to go digging into warehouse here.
Oh, he's dead. He's so dead.
It's a very tight line. Nicely done for Tyloo. Map point for him. They don't want the AWP. G was the one to run directly over it, so they want to stick to this rifle-centric gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, the T sides, it's been working relatively well with the rifles, so fair enough. Chinggis Warriors are scrounging together what they can on the CT side. Surprising that they've gone for the 3 sets of head armor here. You know, Carnage, okay, maybe might have been able to afford himself a defuse kit or controls or Ariuko somewhere along the line, a bit of extra util.
Yeah.
Prioritizing the head armor for a couple of those players.
Yeah. It's up his timing.
Well, it's looking not too bad for Tyloo, although there's some shenanigans involved, and now the kill's coming back through pretty quickly for Ariuko.
Yeah.
And it didn't work out in the end for Tyloo.
Beautiful up assault from Ariuko. Nice little 3k on the A4. That's where the 30 bullets are doing you a lot of favors.
Well, G's on his merry way.
Time to do damage to the economy.
It's a classic, isn't it?
Although, I mean, it's a winnable 1-on-4. Buddy, it looks like a slideshow. I hope that's not what it looks like to Chinggis Warriors.
Well, 12-9 will be the score. Mercury doesn't have a lot of money in this round, but everybody else does. We are going to see another investment out from Tyloo. It's going to be a Taka with a Tech 9, though. Which is not the worst, not the worst thing in the world.
I assume they want to get him in on the entry at some point in the round here. Initial contact towards outside. They've got a player committed to the silo there. Quick, deep wall of smoke. See Tyloo waiting for someone to break the smoke. Nice little ramp boost. So if Mosey comes through ramp later, that may be a problem for him. There's the second wall of smoke. So it was interesting. They threw the close wall of smoke trying to bait out nades there. And they didn't, I don't think they baited out any nades, and there still was one there for E-Fire thrown on in. Jamyang was going fishing into Annex there, and he's punished pretty heavily by Rooks.
Yeah, he's been doing that a lot on the T side, so Chinggis Warriors definitely reading into that and expecting him to be pushing in towards Annex. The rest of Tyloo, though, have managed to make their way down to lower. E-Fire will be having a job to do, though. He'll just decide he doesn't want to go to work today. He'll go back to bed. At least he's hoping so. Unfortunately, the sleep paralysis demons have caught up with him, and Mercury will eventually give him a proper nap. It is 3-on-3 after the bomb plant's gone down and the B-side's been taken. Chinggis Warriors with a must-win retake, of course, to try to stay alive in this map. Carnage is going to have a difficult time of making this one happen. This is an angle that you're unlikely to be checking. Now G, though, in a bit of a one and done. He'll change his position up, caught on the drop. Shots don't come through, though, from either side. Rook's surviving. G surviving. Mosea a 1-for-1, but G is low, and so is Rooks. It'll be an easy cleanup in the end as Tyloo get themselves to 13. I was going to say a little touch and go, to be honest, in that second half, but it always felt like it was going to be Tyloo's to lose.
Yeah, I think so. They were in control of the game for most of that time. Really good recovery on that CT side. They built up a really rock-solid CT economy after those first 5 or 6 rounds, and they just kind of took that and ran with it. Chinggis Warriors, good couple of rounds, good pushback from them, particularly in that second half CT side. But I think, yeah, the difference being that Tyloo won a couple of important swing rounds on their CT half, established control of their economy, and then they win that T-pistol, which gives them plenty of time to kind of push this game across the line. That was a hell of a shot. Wow, he is coolest. I mean, he's the coolest.
He's the coolest. Yeah, Jamyang, he had some nice moments. He had some average moments. I don't think that there was necessarily a massive standout, actually, for Tyloo. Attacker, numbers-wise, has gotten a lot of work done, but I think, generally speaking, there was a contribution from pretty much everybody on the server today from Tyloo. So it'd be a nice position to be in going into map number 2. I mean, you've highlighted it being Inferno, and we did see a pretty troublesome game from Chinggis Warriors on that map yesterday. So hopefully they've been able to kind of bounce back from that one. But we'll be finding all of that out when we do come back for the second map. That'll be right after this break.
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Face It points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, face it.
G'day, welcome back on in. It is ESL Challenger League Season 49, the Asia playoffs. And we have got Tyloo and Chinggis Warriors right now duking it out in the upper bracket. It's round 2 of the upper bracket. Tyloo got the auto berth through to this position. Chinggis Warriors had to get themselves a win yesterday over Rare Adam, which does beg the question, if they can beat Rare Adam, can they beat Tyloo? Well, Pilsky, they'll have to do it from a map down because they did lose map number 1. They are also going into Inferno, which is Tyloo's map pick and the map that Chinggis Warriors really struggled on yesterday.
Yeah, but it was their pick into that series, and they do have a lot of reps on it and a decent win rate, so they've definitely got some belief that they can play a good game of Inferno. We just need to see it come together in the server here, and they did manage to reverse sweep Rare Adam in pretty similar circumstances yesterday, so look, we won't count them out of the series just yet. Have to see at least how the opening part of this map does go.
Yeah, definitely. You need to see Rooks pick things up as well. He was pretty bad in the first map yesterday, not so great in the first map today. I do recall he did pick it up towards the back end of that series though, so maybe someone that just takes it slow, bit of a slow starter. And if he can really come online here on Inferno, then I might give him the benefit of the doubt. Now, looking back at the history between these two teams, last time they did play against each other was on Inferno, and that was a 13-8 win for Tyloo. So I think you could look at that one and say that's reasonably comfortable, but it's also about 3 months ago, so not necessarily worth reading into too much. At least based on today's form, though, Tyloo will definitely be hunting for the 2-0 victory, and we'll start things off with Tyloo on the CT side.
Very nice. Got into the game nice and smooth. Everyone ready to go. That's what we'd love to see. Chinggis Warriors, see what they're going to show us here on this T side of Inferno. I believe... Did they start T side yesterday? Let's go have a geese.
I have a geese. You have a geese. I'll keep you up to date with what's happening in this pistol round, because Chinggis Warriors are definitely not messing about. They're just going to go charging their way up second mid. G would have spotted them on the jump spot there. And so information definitely there for Tyloo. It's not going to prompt too much of a rotation out from B.
They did start out on T side and they got 3 rounds off a Rare Adam yesterday.
Oh, attack up. Luckily, he's got the P2000 because he's going to have to be doing a bit of work in this one, but does get his head lopped off by controls. And Tyloo tasked with what should amount to be a pretty impossible retake. Bomb plant will go down nice and quickly. Tyloo at least able to get into brackets pretty fast themselves, but don't have a whole lot of util that's really going to assist a lot in this retake. The nade will do a little bit of chip damage. There's a flash there as well. Nicely avoided by Rooks. And now it's onto the pistols. Mercury for 2. Couple of headshots with that USP. He's got 3, and Jamyoung, he just needs one more little bit of chip damage, but it's going to go the way of Mercury, who's just pulled off an absolutely insane retake for Tyloo.
Dear Lord, like, if this is the form that this man's in heading into the next couple of tournaments, then I am feeling fantastic for Tyloo. Mercury, one of the most promising up-and-coming riflers in China of the last couple of years. He's a man who has taken the burden of in-game leadership here of Tyloo. Not the player that I would have picked to put in that particular role, but look, if it's not going to affect his performance too much, then that could be promising things, although as we've seen from other in-game leaders in the minor regions, such as Inns in FlyQuest, that doesn't necessarily mean that when you translate to international competition, you're going to have the same effect. To get the player and a couple of kills here for Chinggis Warriors, so they will go for the force buy and it's a contact straight up into bracket.
Yeah, you've got a decent setup to deal with that, though. MP9 and M4 on the line in the end, though. Mercury going to fight as that incend causes a bit of a tickle. You've got G in there as well. Rotation came across quickly from Tyloo. How are you? Cool. We'll do a little bit more economic damage here. That flash causing problems for both sides. And Mercury, if he falls, now it starts to get expensive. The M4s will be retrievable. And both do go through to the next round. So I guess that's okay as far as Tyloo is concerned.
Yeah, not too bad. Another good start here on the CT side from Tyloo, similar to what we had over on Nuke. So they're going to be happy with how that one's going. But they did sustain a couple of losses. So Chinggis Warriors wanting to keep the damage and the pressure on. Have brought up into this one. A couple of flashes there for Carnage. Does seem like Chinggis Warriors wanting to take some control of B here. Maybe waiting for a little flash timing. Up and over they go. They will charge straight up to half full. Have managed to scale past a fair bit of this util, but they do still get mopped up by Jamyoung for the most part.
Yeah, Carnage will look to try to work a miracle here. He gets that first shot onto Mercury, and now Jamyoung being so low, that gets scary. But attacker in from behind has it locked down. All good in the end. 3-0 is the score. A decent start from Tyloo thus far.
Yeah, buy going to come through here now for Chinggis Warriors. A little bit lighter on some of the utilities. See if Rooks is going to go down to a Galil as a result. Nice little shutdown of the Glock train here. Or rather, the Tech 9 train. Orp is out for G early on the CT side here. An attacker dropping all of his util off inside of the A side does indicate he probably wants to get active here. Doesn't want to die with a full belt of it.
Yep, and he is getting active. Ariukul for the bottom of Banana, but Jamyoung for his trouble is also going to go down. There's some really significant damage being done though to the HP bars of Chinggis Warriors with Rooks being low. Carnage also, and E-Fire on his little lurk over towards apartments is just going to run into that cheeky little crossfire setup from Tyloo in carpets. Now, there's a lot of moving pieces in this round actually, with Controls having sort of snuck his way out into brackets. And the banana take not going well for Chinggis Warriors. He'll be the more important of the two. That is now the bomb dropped.
Oh, that's a duel that could really change things though. Controls finds that player inside of Speedway. Rooks does sneak through the smoke just as the attention is taken away from Mosey, but even though he's playing the off angle, he can't win that duel. It's a very surprising one for Rooks to put together there. Now Tyloo coming in for the double flank.
Very, very winnable round for Chinggis Warriors. Mercury's got himself a smoke. So if they do want to smoke off CT spawn, they can opt for that. They can also obviously smoke the bomb. Nade's going to go into dark, not going to collect anything. There's an incend in there as well. Two wasted pieces of util here for Tyloo. Now the smoke into CT spawn, but time is of the essence. It's going to have to be Mercury to get on that defuse, ideally. He's got the defuse kit. Attack up 1-for-1. Oh, and Mercury decided to jump for some reason up onto the fountain, and that's kind of cooked him in the one-on-one as Rooks will claim the victory. It's the first round on the board for Chinggis Warriors.
Yeah, Rooks. I mean, he was saying he's at a slow start into some of these series. Map 2, though. Once again, this man's firing up. M4 picked up at the end of things. Tyloo, uneven money brought into this round. Courtesy of having no loss bonus, they will even it up by spending all of it. Orp thrown over to G. Couple of pistols in the mix, couple of rifles. Not great utility here on the CT side, so they're going to have to get some value out of the Orp or with some duels on some good timings.
Oh, that's a good enough start from Jamyoung. 1-for-1. It's a shame that Mosea wasn't there in time. He might have been able to find the trade, but still is able to hold on to top of Banana. Oh, never mind. Carnage has been able to get the kill.
3-on-4 now for Tyloo. All stacked up on this A side of that, waiting for the bracket smoke to fade.
Oh, Carnage has got to be a dead man here. This will be a 1-for-1. Oh, 2-for-2 actually. That's probably better than you would have hoped for Tyloo. G seems to be struggling to really get going with this AWP at the moment. And look, even in an ideal world, I think for both teams, this ends up just being a B finish. G would like to save on the AWP, and obviously Chinggis Warriors probably a bit easier to get through this round if they're not dealing with G.
Yeah, I think Chinggis Warriors going hunting a little bit, but should be the AWP saved over for Tyloo. They'll probably buy some pistols up around it and look to save into what will be the buy in round 7. Money not building up too much for Chinggis Warriors. There's only 2 rifles surviving. So look, if the AWP can get some picks, the pistols can find some value. You do have some good upset potential on the CT side, if not a avenue to be able to keep the money down for Chinggis Warriors. as they reduce their loss bonus to almost nothing. Might have a chance at a reset later on in the half here for Tyloo.
Let's see what she can get up to in this round with the AWP. Lots of smokes. Tyloo, 5 smokes.
Yeah, they want to play that stall game with the pistols. AWP's been taken to Nana here, so he did have the spawn for B. He's going to try to find that opening pick. Already the smoke's been thrown out to try to throw off that car molly. It's a double HE to start things off, though, but that doesn't dissuade G. He gets insta-traded by Ariukal, though, and Jamyoung has picked up the AWP. That's some good value for Tyloo.
Well, now it's up to Jamyoung to hit his shots, and he would have had an opportunity there, but he's decided to back it up and try and look for the smoke instead. Will get put down. And talk about that stall game, and that is very much in effect right now from Tyloo.
Cycling out the smokes, exactly like you'd expect. But Chinggis Warriors have taken this A site. They have been able to walk their way all the way through the map. They've kept Tyloo interested in the B stack here. And Ariukal just going to take his time, doesn't want to get caught off guard by a CT sitting in the corner somewhere. And he'll bring the bomb over to A. I dare say Tyloo will just try to have Jamyoung save that AWP into the next round. Oh, Mercury was spotted there.
Certainly has been now. It's a bink in. Controls. Doesn't want to be hanging around any longer. But Mercury, sensing the blood in the water, will call Mosea across and get the assist. That's an AK.
Carnage keeping things expensive if he can. Doesn't want to let them hold on to these extra rifles, but at the same time, money on the T side is not great. So that's actually not a rifle that Chinggis Warriors can necessarily afford to lose. Like I said, Tyloo came into this round with an AWP. They have taken 3 guns away and left it with an AWP and an AK. They're going to be very happy with that result.
Terrorists win.
3-3. Wonder if there's another chapter to be told in this best of 3 from Chinggis Warriors. Expectation at this stage very much has been probably not expecting to see too much on Inferno, but they've put together a couple of decent rounds on this T side so far. Back into another gun round for Tyloo, though. And this one could tell us a lot about where this half is directed.
Westfield starting over towards Carps this time for G. So trying to punish that carpet side defaulter. Chinggis Warriors, a little bit of an info denial, smoke and molly over towards the B side. And we'll creep up A on this brackets timing through their own progression smoke yet again.
Attacker just gets the vision before the flash came through. I think the flash was half a second too late.
Yeah, that was a CT nade. I thought it might have been a T nade that just got them killed there, but that was Mercury's nade from jungle side.
Yep. These milliseconds making a big difference. Now it leaves just 3 Chinggis Warriors players to work through the rest of this round. There's a flash again. G's been spotted out, and that's a nice kill from Controls. But you've still got to find a way to crack your way into this A side against a couple of Tyloo members.
Tyloo with the man advantage, just continuing to cycle these flashes on jungle side. See if they can pick one of these players for Chinggis Warriors. And Chinggis Warriors doing what they did against Rare Adam as well. Just cutting sound in the mid round, making Tyloo second guess themselves a little bit, seeing if they're going to make a mistake.
Attacker back on the line, gets the information that there's at least a player in middle. It's going to start to dump some util to try to slow things down. With 20 seconds left, Chinggis Warriors have got to make a commitment. Tyloo is still not 100% sure that this is going to be an A take, but Hosea definitely hedging his bets. Here's Mercury for the first kill and an attacker for the trades. 9 seconds on the plant. There's no way he can win this. No, he could.
He's got it.
He'll get the bomb plant down. And Carnage, the coach, looking for a miracle once again, and he's going to get it. Unbelievable.
Chapman's just got his knife out, walking up mid there. Oh dear. That is a round that has fallen apart for Tyloo. And Chinggis Warriors, you've got to give credit where credit's due. How many of these man disadvantaged situations are they able to recover? Like, I feel like this team just wins 3-on-5s all the time. Big clutch from Carnage.
Yeah, worth his weight in gold at the moment, isn't he?
Absolutely. Tyloo back on the save. Mercury has found enough cash to go for a hero rifle here, which will be over towards the B side of the map. Just waiting to see what Mosey will find at sandbags first before he gets involved in the action. Oh, and it seems like Chinggis Warriors wanting to take some control of brackets before they do anything too special.
One for one. It's not too bad, but as the rest of the kills do start to filter through, that's where things get a bit more awkward. Controls, though, he is being wrapped upon, and G, hanging out in apartments, has not decided to go any further up towards carpets, which will actually allow controls out onto balcony. I mean, some damage still being done over towards B right now, and that M4's position is given away. This is where G could really come into play. They're not aware that he'll be in boiler. They're definitely not expecting him here. Hopefully they'll be checking it. And that does look to have been done nicely by Carnage. So good fundamentals from Chinggis Warriors.
Clearing things out pretty methodically here. Mosey, last one alive. Doesn't find the right timing. Does at least take a gun away from Carnage, but Chinggis Warriors, this is a much better T side than we saw from them yesterday. They've won a couple of important swing rounds as well that have kept Tyloo quite honest. And they're definitely winning this attacking side here on the T.
Another gun round for Tyloo.
G's taking the AWP, either Carps or dig side. He's once again going into Carps with the AWP. So really trying to catch this Carp side default up.
Jamyang probably should not have gotten away with one there. Still does his job nicely, but top of banana on offer. Up for grabs for either team.
Yeah. Chinggis Warriors don't feel safe enough to take it. Attacker in dig here is on a pretty nice info line, and actually he's going to swap with Jing. Only a couple of key pieces of util here left for Chinggis Warriors who start to make some moves into carpets. I mean, if they had gone any earlier in the round, they definitely would have run into the orb, so this actually ends up being a much better approach for them. Carnage has got a smoke ready to go here from T stairs, so this is definitely going to be some kind of A set play.
Flash just gone over the top. Attacker, his position spotted out. Can't land that spray transfer, but just jiggling nicely around the corner here. Wasn't expecting a second player. Still, you've got numbers. And Tyloo getting the job done this time. And with a healthy 3 guns alive as well, they can continue to try to put together this CT half, which has been difficult for them. There's no doubt about it. They've been made to really work for these rounds by Chinggis Warriors.
Money's in a weird state here now for Chinggis Warriors. Ariukal in particular, quite poor. Do like to see him sell that P250. Gets dropped over a Galil. So Chinggis Warriors going to share the love, but this is a pretty shocking looking T-side buy. But util is not great. You're down to a bunch of Galils. This is a great opportunity for Tyloo to reset here. And maybe make this a 6-6 or a 7-5 half for themselves.
Easier said than done. Attacker changing his position up and
Oh,
gets
my lord.
very unlucky.
I mean,
Do
it was
you
a
have no
perfect
head
play.
armor?
They didn't deserve for wrecked, but they are getting wrecked.
Yeah, well, now it's on to Mercury, and what's he going to be able to do with an M4 A1S? Only the one kill onto Ariuko. Bomb, though, at the bottom of Banana. Jamyoung's dropped the bomb. Ooh, does that change this round somewhat? Certainly will, though Jamyoung, down to 5 HP, isn't really going to be able to hold on to it too substantially. It's going to go charging. Oh, straight into Rooks, and somehow gets that kill as well. Jamyoung pulling a rabbit out the hat at the moment.
2-on-2 now, 50 seconds. Chinggis Warriors still needing to retrieve this gun, or this bomb rather.
It's a
They
tough
creep
one.
through the chicken pit.
Yeah, Mosea's got an incend as well, but it does look like Tyloo are going to give them the bomb and try to find a little bit of a timing here. You've got Jamyoung pushing his way up second middle. So they're aware now that the bomb has been taken. And Mosea's spotted out E-Fire. Controls will be heard running onto the site there, I think, by Jamyoung. He's been called over, Mosea. So they'll get themselves a fast rotate. Out in front of the incend is Jamyoung, but he will go down. He was low on HP. Mosea on the wrap around the side. Somebody was making footsteps there, I thought. What was it? Controls. Well, Mosea should be pretty locked in on the site if that was the case. And it seems like he's pretty aware that that is where he is. So he's going to hard clear this corner, but he can't win the duel. Unreal. Another clutch goes the way of Chinggis Warriors. But to be fair, Tyloo did a good job of even getting it that close, given the circumstances.
Yeah, missed opportunity for Tyloo. That could have been a reset on that T-side money. I mean, that was just unfortunate for Tyloo. I felt like that was a bit of good fortune given and taken away with how that round started. Attacker gets decked by a full blind, wildly spraying controls. They lose that pick on G over on jungle side. A rifler just picking into an AWP line. So, look, I think Chinggis Warriors making some magic happen there in the early round, and then needing some more magic to close out the round after a bit of a fumble with the bomb at T-spawn, which I think was something we saw from them yesterday as well. These guys need to stop leaving the bomb behind.
Well, don't have to worry about that for too much longer. 2 rounds left in this half. 4 spy through from Tyloo. They do not have a lot of util at all. The vast majority of them, no head armor. You've got a couple of MAC-10s out for Chinggis Warriors. So this one is really teetering on a knife's edge for Tyloo. If this ends up going 8-4, that's going to be tough to come back from. And it's a fast play from Chinggis Warriors. They got MAC-10s and they're straight into Topo Nana. Mosea losing his life. That'll be an M4 into the hands of Chinggis Warriors. And Rooks has deleted G. This round falling apart right in front of my eyes. And Tyloo, I mean, on an individual basis, really finding it difficult to keep up with Chinggis Warriors.
That's not done yet. Still a winnable round. Bomb once again left in a pretty pretty obscure position. Jamyoung not able to pick them through the smoke on the cross. Okay, might just be safe, I guess. No kit to complete that retake. The chicken bears the brunt of Tyloo's frustrations here as Chinggis Warriors pick themselves up a 7th.
Yeah, I mean, and you should be frustrated if you're Tyloo. It's now been a couple of clutch rounds that have gone the way of Chinggis Warriors. And what could have been a reasonably competitive CTR feels like it's a long way away from that at the moment.
For sure. Could be another map 3.
Yeah.
Another reverse sweep from Chinggis Warriors. They're fantastic at putting these together. It was quite a poor game from them yesterday. To be honest, definitely could have seen them have a better game of Inferno. They did pick it. They got absolutely slapped by Rare Atom. So I think that might have given Tyloo some false sense of security to pick it into this particular series when it's not actually that poor of a map for Chinggis Warriors, really. They just had an off game.
Once again, looking for that banana control is Tyloo, and they are going to get Jamyoung down deep in the banana. It's a good trade from G. He will look to maintain control of Nana as well. Again, another decent setup from Tyloo. G, I think, has definitely been spotted out there by Carnage.
They can't afford to lose that pick at banana. That would be round defining. Into the crossfire on bracket side will go Chinggis.
Not too cleanly, unfortunately. Some controls working his way forward. You got Mercury just watching, spotting that line, and Carnage floating around doing whatever he wants to do, essentially. Which ultimately will probably be not a whole lot in this round of 4v1 for him. Feels like a tough ask, and smoke in his face. Oh, bit of a traffic jam. Luckily Mercury is watching, and so 7-5 will be the halftime score with Chinggis Warriors leading. So we are jumping back into the second half here, and it's Chinggis Warriors that have done pretty well for themselves there on T side. Now time to uphold their end of the bargain on CT, just requiring the 6 rounds to push this one through to map number 3. Got 2 sets of dualies, and Tyloo looking for something a little bit interesting as well. Smoke and a molly. It does make me think immediately this could be toward B.
Yeah, it could be. Chinggis Warriors doing a pretty nice job of reverse sweeping the series, or setting up for a reverse sweep to the series, is what we saw from them yesterday against Rare Atom, who are still a pretty strong team in the Chinese scene. I think we're competitive with Tyloo, have beaten Tyloo many times in the past, so I think if you can beat Rare Atom, you've got a pretty decent shot at beating Tyloo as well. Slow pistol here for Tyloo. Really taking their time. The util set is over towards bottom middle, so Tyloo just working a little bit of map control. Jamyoung tucked in nicely towards the logs here, and Tyloo taking some carps control.
do have brackets now as well, and they're just going to go charging out on the porch. Jamyoung's got himself a kill onto Rooks as he's pushed his way down Banana. This is going to be an around the world. Ariukul is watching for it. Attacker needs a bit of help here. He's not quite getting it, but apparently he doesn't need any help as he's going to get that headshot himself. 1 for 1. That's good enough as Tyloo will try to now filter their way in towards B, but they've got to still be aware of carnage on this site. Dooley's in hand. This guy has been absolutely nuts, especially considering he is just a coach, but ultimately will be brought down by Mosaic. Getting a plum plan here, though, might not be the easiest of tasks for Tyloo. The tap is in, controls on the swing. The damage is going back and forth, and Mosaic, he'll get that kill onto E-Fire. It is going to be a plant now for Tyloo. Tyloo have definitely had to work hard for this pistol round.
To work hard for this game in general. That's the quality that Chinggis Warriors brings to the server at the end of the day. Crazy how inconsistent some of these individual players are, though. Like Ariukul. Remember that Dust 2 game from him in the MRQ?
Yeah.
Like, this guy, when he's feeling it, is like absolutely ridiculous. Like, if he played like that every game, it'd be like, this guy's the best player in Asia. But, you know, then you just have some games like this. Rook's last game didn't do anything. This game, he's carrying the team, you know? I think Controls is the only one who's actually consistent on this team.
Carnage, too. Carnage is generally pretty consistently decent so far from the last couple of days, but we've got Molly's out for Tyloo. Lots of util in here as well for Chinggis Warriors. They've thrown the B retake util, but Tyloo are not too concerned about that because they've just decided they're going to run their way forward anyway. There's no chance of a retake on Banana if Chinggis Warriors are all dead on B.
Yeah, just fighting fire with fire. MP9's looking for some exits. Try to deal some damage to the T economy as well as build up their own extra plus 600s on the cards. Attacker's going to go hunting with the Mac 10. But Mac 10 armor versus MP9 armor, I know which gun I'm favoring in that duel every day of the week.
Well, so far so good for Tyloo. We're going to find that equalizing round.
It's pretty sensible stuff from both teams. Tyloo with a fair bit of util left over at the end of that round, so didn't have to use too much to be able to win that round. Just that basic util towards Nana on the take towards sandbags, as well as just the extra smoke towards B. That's what happens when you hit those pretty clean entries and you win that fight over Banana nice and early on. You don't really need to invest too much of anything else to get the rest of the round done, really.
Yeah, not too much needed, you'd think, as well for Tyloo in this one. A couple of Mac 10s out for Jamyoung, and Attack are going to be keeping an eye on those to see if they're going to be picking up some extra cash. Again, early top Nana control for Tyloo. Very, very quick through the map at the moment on this T side. Jamyoung certainly not messing around. He's going to get that CT smoky on as well. Will be smoked off himself, but doing a good job of just using their superior util and forcing out some of that counter util from Chinggis Warriors early in the round.
Yeah, especially when you know the CTs are either saving or have poor money. Like that quick pacing is just going to force out those grenades on earlier timings. You're going to trade down grenades with the CT side when you know that you have more. You create more opportunities in the mid round. Another smoke there for Ariukul. That was dropped off by somebody for him. But now he's all out of util. Just going to leave at least 40 seconds for Tyloo to complete this B hit. In fact, they might just nade open the smoke.
Yep. Smoke's gone in for CT spawn as well. Flash over the top for good measure. That is the site taken. Mosaic will be gifting a Galil over to the Chinggis Warriors players, but not too big of a concern when the rest of Tyloo have taken B. They're going to continue to hold on to B, and it will be Tyloo claiming the lead.
Yeah, another good start to the second half for them. Does seem like EFAR wants to hold on to that Galil. MP9s honestly won't be the worst of saves here. Ariukul was wondering if he was going to catch one on the exits there, but he'll just go down with the bomb. Doesn't want to feed them a Mac 10 kill.
couple of quick ones do go through at the back end there for Tyloo, so they do take some of the guns away. Just the one MP9 going to be taken through for Chinggis Warriors, and they've got to hit the ground running on this CT side. You don't want to give Tyloo another quick couple here.
Money pretty good for Tyloo though. 3+ K on all of these players on the T side. The attacker's going to keep the MP9, which is really going to help min-max the economy over time. I mean, it's a pretty decent gun to be bringing into the T side. Can find some good duels with that. No rush here for Tyloo, just the initial util set.
Yeah.
Try to minimize the info that the CTs do have. He had a quick smoke on bracket side, which is going to force out some counter util on brackets already here for Chinggis Warriors. You can see just how quickly they are moving through this util on the CT side early on here. Yeah, there's a smoke into Carps as well.
Tyloo's really respecting that as well from Chinggis Warriors. You think about how fast their previous 3 rounds have been on this T side. Pistol and the couple of anti-eco, anti-force buys, but as soon as they know that the guns are in hand for Chinggis Warriors, they slow things right down. And Jamyoung able to block that smoke. It's going to make for a bit more of a difficult Nana retake if Chinggis Warriors did decide to go for it.
Just playing pretty respectful over towards this A side of the map. Progression smoke over on jungle side, but Tyloo not going for a jungle route. They're going for a carp spot.
Yeah, Moto smoke in. Carp pop is not too bad so far, but they need to dislodge this pit player and they need to do it quickly. Unable to as Carnage again just delivers. I mean, you'd look at this guy and think he should be on the team at the moment, the way he's playing.
Absolutely. It's really these coaches that, you know, teach the players how to play. It's like watching Coolas in the server, right. You know? It's like he's with us here today. The spirit of Coolas channeling right through him. If you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, Jelly Bean.
He's got the AWP out. Oh, I've seen Coolas play this exact position on the totem pole boost, but he would have hit the shot, of course.
Truly. Jamyoung, he certainly seems like he wants to be playing pretty quick towards Banana at the moment. You know, you're seeing him constantly be the one on the front foot, and this time works out nicely. I even thought he, for a second, might go through that smoke. Double set up at Carpets. Mosaic just gets caught on a bit of an awkward timing. So it is back to the 4-on-4.
Backing away from Banana now. Big rotations across to this B side of the map for Chinggis Warriors. They've just left controls all on his own. He has been the hard carry of the team at times, so they're giving him a lot of responsibility here. I mean, it's just a CT gamble. Smoke dropped over on Carpet side. I don't mind this approach. You know, he's going to tuck himself onto Moto. If there's a Moto smoke, he can just try to isolate someone creeping up jungle in the mid-round.
Smokes over to Arch and Library. Chinggis Warriors more or less just giving up this A bomb site, but Control's finding a nice kill here. That's really all he has to do. Just get that one kill and play for the retake. He's going to stick around for more, which was just unexpected. You got a couple of Tyloo members floating around in no man's land in that pit. Both of them go down. Little bit of a lazy round out from Tyloo so far. Let's see if Jamyoung and Mercury can do anything to salvage it. It's a nice start there for Jamyoung. Flash in for Diggity. It looks to have blinded Mercury as well, but Jamyoung's kind of getting all that work done alone, so maybe you can forgive him for it. The damage is done. Mercury's in there now as well, and Jamyoung so crisp. They've won a 2v4. So apparently those guys just running around in pit don't even really matter.
4 for Jamyoung. 1 for Mercury. Mercury's 20 and bloody 9. And Jamyoung's 15 and 9 after being 11 and 9 before that 4K. Usually you see him anchoring the pit. Oh, he actually got the opener in that round as well. So he's entered and closed out the round. Usually you see him anchoring the pit on CT side. I mean, this is just where he does his best work. So reverse the rolls over on T, and he's well within his element there. Yeah, Controls did a really good job as the A anchor, honestly. Like, he got more value than you expected him to, but it still wasn't enough.
Once util going down banana. Oh, the nade open on the smoke. How does Rooks get out of here? He surely doesn't. That's right. Mercury will catch up with him in the end. That was interesting, though, from Chinggis Warriors. They got the smoke down at the bottom of Nana. Naded it open themselves. Ariuko sticking around will get the better of Mercury. So Tyloo, again, putting in the hard yards on this T side at the moment. Ariuko getting himself another one right here, but Attacker clears the corner very nicely. They will be expecting another player in this bomb site, but it doesn't look like it's going to slow Tyloo down too much. They're kind of keen to get some work done over towards B. And it's largely off the back of Attacker, who's just basically decided to go himself. Now it's on to Mosea to try and find that trade, and he will get that one done. But Nate opened the smoke. Carnage find himself a kill straight through the smoke by the looks of things here. He's going to try and catch up with G, and he does. Just as that bomb plant did go down. So another round for Chinggis Warriors.
Yeah, one step closer to making this reverse sweep a reality. That is a reset on some of the players here on Tyloo, despite the bomb plant, so good opportunity created. Nice off angle from Rooks. This is what Chinggis Warriors just do all the time. You just see these players individually fighting, trusting their mechanics, not really caring too much about spacing or protocols or anything like that. They will very much just trust themselves to win duels, which I'm interested to see how that goes internationally, you know. Either they're going to catch some teams completely off guard that are not expecting it and are not giving them any respect, or they're going to get absolutely folded in the aim duels, and I'm not sure which will happen.
Yeah. Nice space being taken by Tyloo. Is going to prompt a massive rotation from Chinggis Warriors. But will it be here in time to help out the two players sitting in the pit? Attacker and G find themselves the opener. Oh. Mercury in for one, but again, Carnage just proving to be pretty insane. But down in the one-on-one, Attacker should be given the bomb plan here. Rooks is going to push his way forward. Attacker hears him, gets off of the plant, but loses his head anyway.
Staying in it here, Chinggis Warriors winning a lot of touch and go rounds. That was a full investment for Tyloo when the money got weird with that 1900 loss bonus and the subsequent clutch won by Chinggis Warriors. I feel like every time there's been an important XVX that was going to reset the economy, feels like Chinggis Warriors have won it. Like, to be fair, Tyloo, they've won some good rounds. They've won some pretty big man disadvantage rounds as well. So it's not like everything's been going the way of Chinggis Warriors, but a lot of these very important clutches have definitely gone their way. With only one player surviving, though, Tyloo, despite the fact they would have been able to buy next round, they are going to try and catch Chinggis Warriors off guard and reset their CT economy. And if this pays off on 1400 loss bonus there for Chinggis Warriors, this could be massive for Tyloo.
Oh, we'll see what they can cook. Where are they going to be headed? Maybe towards Banana, and not the worst of starts. Jam Young, nice opening kill onto Ariuko. Some of that util coming through from Chinggis Warriors, and it's just a little poor on the spacing from Tyloo, as they do get overwhelmed essentially. I mean, they kind of just went one by one towards the top of Banana there, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, they got the good opener on Ariuko. They even got a follow-up dink on Rooks, who was forced back into the site. But really, yeah, it's the failure to trade E-Fire on Sandbags that, you know, makes a promising round quickly go straight down the hole. There was definitely potential there for Tyloo, but now that's kind of fallen through. There was a 3-player start towards Banana, even after a clean entry like that. things completely fell apart, and now you're staring down the barrel of an anti-eco into map point for Chinggis Warriors, and I dare say we're going to 3.
Yeah, certainly seems that way. Jamyang, see what he can do about it. Deagle in hand. Oh, that's kind of scary if you're Rooks, but he'll survive for the moment. 4 on 4. Seems unwinnable for Tyloo, but can they pull a rabbit out of the hat? Yeah, miracle required for them.
Yeah. What can these pistols get done as well? Need to continue taking guns out of the hands of Chinggis Warriors as we head towards this tail end of the game. Because Tyloo, look, effectively playing for OT here, but OT becomes a lot more attainable if you can force the CTs on an eco.
Carnage gets his timing wrong. He's liable to get traded down here if they do push their way in through brackets. There's nobody else there to really help him out at the moment, but Tyloo walking in a different direction. Might not be a bad call to go toward B, though. That is Rook's solo. Don't really have any util here. The smoke. No smoke. In fact, actually, just a flash for CT, and Rooks is playing full retake mode. He is not interested at all. Attacker's going to go swinging. Mercury needs the trade, and he won't get it. So, well held on to in the end. And it is now just Mosea who will try to cause a ruckus here, but with 7 seconds, it's impossible. And that is 12 for Chinggis Warriors.
And nicely done. 3 players surviving. It's a good outcome for Chinggis Warriors, and dare say they are a moment away from pushing us through onto Anubis. Could be another reverse sweep here for Chinggis Warriors against another Chinese powerhouse. I mean, look, legit, if this team wins ECL here, we are talking Rare, Adam, Tyloo, Lin Vision, plus probably another Chinese team in the final back-to-back-to-back. Respect if they make that run. Let's be real.
With a coach. Playing with a coach.
Oh, I forgot it was even the coach. He's playing exactly like Cool last.
17 and 15. He's been putting in the hard yards today. And now time for Tyloo to get something or perhaps nothing done. As E-Fire will knock over a couple of heads as they try to make their way out into a bracket. Controls, catches Mosea. And just one too many clutches going the way of Chinggis Warriors when it was kind of swing around territory. Has left Tyloo high and dry for this half, and ultimately requiring G to win himself a 1-on-3. Does at least have the bomb in hand, and he's pushed Carnage away. That might have been a required kill. That chance has gone begging. G will decide to work his way back over to A, which is not a bad choice. It is Controls isolated over there, but he'd have to find a pretty difficult aim duel. And it's not going to happen. 13-9. Chinggis Warriors will take map 2 and force us once again through to map 3. Same way things played out yesterday against Rare Adam. But the question will be, can they get themselves that 3rd map victory? Can they make that reverse sweep happen one more time?
We had definitely potential. See them definitely getting warmed up in the server. And like I said, look, a huge individual inconsistency here for Chinggis Warriors. But you see the flip side of that. Like, I think, you know, Rook's poor map 1, he was absolutely electric. Here in map 2 on Inferno, E-Fire had a pretty abysmal start to the game here on the T side. But on the CT side, once he had Tyloo running at him, he was able to multi-frag in multiple key rounds and actually finished up pretty decently in that game.
Yeah, a couple of rounds in there as well. I think, though, that Tyloo really did let slip. This one there, the 2v4 that was won by Mercury and Jamyang kind of pulled back at least some of those discrepancies. But by and large, it did feel like Chinggis Warriors got away with maybe 2 or 3 rounds, which they probably should not have. And that was a big reason why Tyloo ultimately at the end of the map kind of ended up broke when they really couldn't afford to be. And so we are now headed towards a 3rd map. It is going to be Anubis that is the leftover map, the decider for both teams. A map that is in the wheelhouse.
Yeah, it's a pretty played map in Asia. I think at times, I feel like the most played maps in ECL Asia is definitely Anubis and Ancient. So I think this is going to be a very familiar territory here for both Tyloo and Chinggis Warriors, and I think it'll be a good third map decider ground.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we'll not have to wait too long for that. Just under 13 minutes, and we'll be heading into the next map. So we'll take a short break before then and be back for map 3. So we are back again. It is time now for map number 3. Scoreline 1-1 between Tyloo and Chinggis Warriors. First map was Nuke, and it went 13-9 the way of Tyloo. And then we jumped over to map number 2, and Chinggis Warriors were able to eke themselves also out a 13-9 victory over there. So that leaves us with Anubis, and the teams have, again, similar to yesterday night, exchanged their map picks, which begs the question, who knows what they should be picking? Not them, apparently. But Anubis looks like a nice middle ground.
Yeah, it could be. Kind of crazy how many opening duels were won there for Tyloo on Inferno, and they still weren't able to close out the game. Like, it was something ridiculous, like 15-3 or 17-5, some ridiculous amount more opening duels won by Tyloo there. In fact, 17-5 sounds about right, because we had about that many rounds. It's like 21 rounds or 23 rounds, something like that. Anyway, it was some ludicrous amount of opening duels that they won, and Chinggis Warriors just still managed to turn it around. And I think that comes down to just the ability of the individual players on Chinggis Warriors to win these duels and to get kind of down in the mud. They're great at winning those very muddy rounds where things can kind of fall apart in an instance. And I think the same can be said about Tyloo, where they're great at throwing away these opportunities and throwing away these man advantage conversions. It's got to be a big part of your fundamentals as a team. Like, over multiple years in TAC FPS, like we're talking like more than 10 years ago now, being an IGL or being a coach in more recent times, it's one of the things you focus on a lot, is like, how do I create man advantages, and then how do I convert them into round wins and win those 5v4s? Like, it's one of the most fundamental things you work on as a team.
I mean, conventional wisdom would say you should probably be winning 70 plus, 75, 80% of your rounds when you do have a 5-on-4 lead, and Tyloo just really, really missing the mark on that on Inferno. So got to try and lock in here for map number 3. I mean, I'm honestly surprised that we even got to this point, because I think there was just so many rounds where it looked like, okay, at this point now Tyloo's going to win, and then they didn't. And I wonder if they're going to end up being punished for it in the same way that Rare Atom were. Rare Atom getting knocked down to the lower bracket by Chinggis Warriors yesterday. You know, very, very similar kind of circumstances, just kind of messy game, big mistakes on the behalf of Rare Atom, and ultimately, Chinggis Warriors were a good enough team to kind of take advantage of that. But yeah, it's not been great. I'm not going to lie. Like, I've been a little bit disappointed with the quality of the games that we've had so far in the playoffs of ESL Challenger League. I would have thought that we would kind of be in a position where teams would be a little bit more locked in. They'd look a lot cleaner. You know, everyone's been kind of working hard in the lead up to the major to try to, first of all, get their VRS points online, qualify for the MRQ, play nicely at the MRQ, and obviously set yourself up for success in the major. These are two teams that are going to the major, right? Tyloo and Chinggis Warriors. And look, I'm sorry, if you're Tyloo and you're going to a major and you're going to lose a map where you've gone 17-5 in opening duels, you know, that's not going to cut it. Like, if you're letting those rounds get brought back by Chinggis Warriors, you know, what's going to happen when you're going up against a team like Bloody Spirit, you know, and Donk's like, oh yeah, I'll win a few 4-on-5s, thanks. You know, like, it's not going to get any easier.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at Anubis as the third map decider, though, feeling a lot better. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling a lot better for Tyloo than I am for Chinggis Warriors. Going back through Chinggis Warriors games, did most recently lose to Eruption over in the major, the MRQ. Previous to that, playing teams of this level like Huns or Rare Atom, they've been slapped pretty hard on this map, whereas Tyloo, they've kind of been beating all of the domestic opponents lately. They've even played Spirit very close on this map. There's a pop flash into the middle of the map for Jam Young, but he fails to connect to any of those USP shots, and he's shut down.
Carnage going to continue to lead the charge here for Chinggis Warriors. Mercury looks like he'll just stand and deliver, but the duel is only going to be good for one, and attacker will also fall by E-Box, which you'd think will put this into a pretty unwinnable territory for Tyloo, but G and Mosaic could still get this one done. A lot of damage done already to Rooks. Controls tagged up, Barry Ukol as well, but seems like it's not going to be happening, and Mosaic just sort of sound baiting on that exit.
Yeah. Want to hold on to the dualies, see if he can even upgrade his armor or something like that. But I mean, look, a bit more than a month ago now as we go into May, so getting towards 2 months ago. Tyloo were over in Pro League, beating FlyQuest on this map, beating Eternal Fire. Did lose to MIBR, but they have had a pretty good streak on this map up until their last game in Sydney that we got to cast against Liquid, where they kind of got demolished. But before that, they were having a really, really good run on this map. So losing to MIBR, despite the fact they won't probably have the same name power as like a Spirit or something like that, or an Eternal Fire, is no shame. Like, they're a pretty solid team on this map. And then playing all 24 against Spirit, like, I think Tyloo should be feeling very confident about their form on this map. They haven't lost it since they got back from EPL here in Asia. They have won 5 in a row, although the game against Rare Atom and minus 72C got pretty close, but minus 72C love to play this map as well. These East Russian teams fiend a game of Anubis, mate.
They do, they do. We've seen no shortage of Anubis games from teams from that region. But look, there's a first time for everything for Tyloo. They've lost the pistol round. Brooks might be getting a little bit of a rude awakening here, or a chance to farm up some damage. He gets 3 kills.
I was waiting for someone to peek him.
Yeah.
He's just shooting at players, not even reacting.
Well, I think they were waiting for the flash, actually, is how that one's gone down. But Tyloo not getting too much done with that cheeky little pistol. But they'll get a buy next round, so that's all good. But yeah, I mean, look, Chinggis Warriors could get a bit of work done here on Anubis and break that streak for Tyloo. I could see it.
Yeah, for sure. I've been pretty good in the reverse sweeps. Mach 10 singular kept over into the next round as they've done a good job juggling the rifles around there. Chinggis Warriors controls gonna be the only player on the Mach 10 here. Does seem like he's gonna take that over towards Rugs. So quick take of A main control here. See if Mosey is going to actually fight to defend that. Molly is going to keep controls back for the time being. Can see Mosey's getting a little bit of a look into A main here. Does want to fight for that control. Chinggis Warriors have thrown a lot of util pressure in the middle of the map and are now looking for this B timing.
Patience a virtue at the moment for Tyloo. Mercury got to get his timing right on these peaks in the E-box, and that's just not going to happen. You've got too many angles to watch in that position, and he'll just be run down. Attacker as well. It's a tough spot to play.
It's a save. Yeah. It's got to be a save. That was a nice round for Chinggis Warriors, though. I really liked the way they put that together. Like, so much util pressure on A in the middle of the map, and then they just creep outside of B main. Both of the players kind of pressuring towards A, wrap back around through water, and turns into a pretty nice little B split there. Even get the Mach 10 upgraded into an M4. This is pretty much the best possible start you can have to the T side of Anubis here. So, look, you might be right. Might be breaking this 5-map win streak in Asia here for Tyloo if they don't start putting something together in the next couple.
I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself based on a good start on the T side. Right? It is a T side of the map, so still quite a bit of work to be done for Chinggis Warriors before they can really rest on their laurels, but can't complain about the start. There's no doubt about that. We're going to get another buy-in through from Tyloo, though.
Yeah, 2.9 loss bonus, so they've maxed out the loss bonus now in round 4 here. Did save 3 guns over, so it's a nice easy 2 rifle drop. Still some pretty good util here. They're going to give this one another crack. But money's fantastic here for Chinggis Warriors early on. Smoke to E-box. A little bit of info denial. Over for the CTs. Chinggis Warriors not doing too much of anything in this early round. Just taking their time. A little bit of pressure on A main. It is once again a lot of players over towards this B side of the map, so it might be another B timing in the mid round after the util pressure on mid. Smoke to house coming out. And Chinggis Warriors going to start making some moves into the middle of the map here. They were thinking about that duels molly, but they're just going to contact their way up.
Yeah, contact play sort of worked out in a sense. They do get themselves a 1-for-1, and now they're going to accelerate in through a mid. G not too keen on swinging that. He's missed his flash as well, which is going to cause some problems. And now mollies are going to allow the pressure into the A side for Chinggis Warriors, but losing members there as well. Mosaic just sort of tagging one and getting out, and now Ariuka with 1 HP is going to try and get that bomb plant on the floor. There's a smoke up for heaven, but this post plant does not look good at all for Chinggis Warriors.
No.
Carnage has killed Ariuka. He's died holding a grenade. Now it's onto Control's solo. Bomb's not even planted for him, so this round is pretty damn doomed. Just nothing you can really do. So that'll be the first round on the board for Tyloo, and that saves them somewhat because they would have been on an eco had they lost that one.
Yeah. That's really Mosey doing a fantastic job of anchoring that A site. So he's done very well for himself there. Chinggis Warriors now getting the AWP out on Carnage though. And look, they've scraped through the majority of the bank accounts heading into this next gun round here in round number 5. No AWP yet on the CT side. Really like what Chinggis Warriors is doing, masking their intentions on this T side thus far though. You can see every time before they kick off an actual site hit of some kind, there's util pressure towards the mains or towards the other sides of the map, either the info denial smokes or just a little bit of util pressure that makes it look like they're running the map control. Keeps those CT rotations honest and the CT info honest before they actually kick off what they're trying to do. There's a smoke to house and a molly onto doors. Does push the CTs back into cams and, you know, back a mid there. But once again, Chinggis Warriors, pretty slow stuff here. On the T side, another molly onto the double doors as the house smoke clears. Flash will go through and put Rooks straight up in through the middle of the map. They've thrown a deep smoke towards back mid as well.
Nice little peek in there from Mosaic and Jamyoung combining for the kill onto Controls. And in the meanwhile, Chinggis Warriors have taken the opportunity to try to explore middle. That's worked out perfectly. Rooks gets the kill over the smoke onto Attacker. E-Fire putting in work as well alongside Carnage. Everyone's getting involved here for Chinggis Warriors. There is at least one trade back from G, but two very isolated CTs, one on either bomb site, and G would have to do a monumental task to hold on to B.
Jamyoung forced on a save. So Chinggis Warriors just continuing along their good work here. Not much for Jamyoung to really be doing. See skirmishes happening all over the map here. Some players dead outside A main to get a nice little kill on the mid shove there for Chinggis Warriors. And they're getting a lot of value out of finishing towards B in the mid round and the late round, time after time. Oh, bloody hell. Almost as many Astralis stickers on that red line as majors they've missed.
Ooh. That's a pain point. But not the case, at least for this one. You know, I almost think that if Tyloo would not have made this major, dead team.
Oh, for sure. I thought it was going to be a dead team after missing out on Shanghai.
Seemed like it, didn't it?
I heard Jamyoung was going to bloody Valorant. Do you know where that rumor came from, by the way? Because I've heard that so many times, but I've never actually seen any evidence of it.
Yeah, I believe it came from... I'll hold the thought for a second. Was Tyloo going to have to try and put in some work to hold on to this B bomb site? Rooks getting that opener onto G and dislodges Mercury as well. So very nice take from Chinggis Warriors. Just really a contact play of sorts after a little bit of util dump. No real flash significance over the top there. But they just kind of walk their way in, take the aim duels, and take a bomb site as well. Jamyoung will be spammed through the smoke, which is even worse for Tyloo. And this CT side is looking real rough now. But yeah, back to the topic at hand. I believe what actually ended up happening was Jamyoung is friends with some of the players that play Valorant, and he was playing Valorant with them, you know, queuing together and stuff like that. And obviously, I don't know if for Tyloo specifically, but just apparently has some friends in the Valorant team somewhere, in one of the good Valorant teams. And so he was playing with them, playing Valorant, and people from the Chinese community kind of put 2 and 2 together and made 4. And the fact that he was sort of, you know, seemingly taking a break from CS as it was, started to kind of like fuel this rumor that he's playing Valorant and he's playing with some of the pro players, and he's also not playing CS in the team that he's been playing for. So you can kind of see like the idea as to where that might have come from. And also, to be fair, it may have been a thing. And Tyloo are just trying to save face by saying, oh, no, he wasn't actually really trying out for Valorant. He was just taking a break. That could also be a thing. So you never really know when it comes down to these kinds of situations, especially when there's so many levels of obscurity when it comes to trying to get an understanding of what's happening in China as an English speaker. Yeah.
I feel like I need to poke and prod about that a little bit more. Find out if there's any truth to that. Because look, Slowly is one of the best players in VCTCN right now playing for Tyloo, but Tyloo is not a successful team, really. Yeah. Tyloo, though, here in Counter-Strike, a iconic name and a very good team who, look, we expect some decent stuff from over in the Austin Major, but they are having their struggles here today against Chinggis Warriors. Mid-take comes out, it's a 1-4. Control's been left in rugs. Util being exchanged in middle. You can see Chinggis Warriors, this is just what they do, man, in the mid-round. You should never really go looking for info or go for a push in the mid-round versus this team, because they will just sit and wait for you.
Yeah, 25 seconds left here for Chinggis Warriors. They are going to have to be perfect on this entry, and I think they've almost already left it too late. I mean, that just seems like they've bitten off more than they can chew, and with 14 seconds left, they're going to now just have to W key their way into sites, which just very rarely works out. So very disappointed by that round in the end from Chinggis Warriors. It kind of felt like they took mid, and then they were like, well, what do we do now? And no one really made a decision until it was too late.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Like, they've played against so many teams that will feed them picks in the mid-round once they run their basic map control protocols and they try to deny info. But Tyloo never really caved to that pressure. So, look, I think if you're versing Chinggis Warriors, definitely wanting to be going for those kind of flash plays in the mid-round, or like getting the orbs rolling, will definitely help you out. I think holding some extra util into the mid to late round, because they, you know, they make it look like they're doing a lot of things in the early to mid round, but they never actually usually commit to it. That's beautiful from Mosey.
Very cheeky. Gets in behind the smoke.
He's waiting for more.
Happy to hold on to that main control. And again, Chinggis Warriors are just going to slow things down. A little bit of a walk-in over bridge from Rooks, and that's straight into G's crosshair.
Yeah, this Tyloo is adapting to this style very nicely right now. Mosey might have overcooked it. Surely this is going to be another 3-on-5 that Chinggis Warriors finds a way to win, right?
Could be possible. 2-on-3, definitely doable, particularly with the massive hole in middle that we see now as Ariukul is looking to take advantage of that. He's going to have to be quick to try and get in here to try and help out Carnage, who's now dropping down. Jamyoung, if he even gets one, it's such a big difference in the round. He's got to be aware of this push coming in behind, and he's not. And that is now going to be the A site taken by Chinggis Warriors. G, just walk through this smoke. He does. There's no way.
They've lost another 3-on-5. That's unreal. I mean, Tyloo, you really only have yourselves to blame in this series. I'm going to go... I know that the Inferno stats will have loaded up, so I'm going to go take a look at them. And I'll let you know exactly what it was, because that's happened again. They have found so many man advantages and throwing them in the bin so many times this series.
Yeah.
17-5 first kills in the favor of Tyloo, and they lost 9-13 on Inferno. On this map, opening duels are a lot more even, though, if not slightly favoring Chinggis Warriors. I mean, that makes sense. They're up 6-2 on the T side, for God's sake.
Yep. We got an attack timeout here from Tyloo this half. They felt like they were in a position to actually build something, you know, and now having lost that round, back to half by territory, 2.9k loss bonus, so you can buy down to about 2k and get a buy through next round, which seems to be what Tyler were thinking about doing here. Mosaic are going to hold on to a bit of extra cash as I suppose be the AWP fund.
Ariukel's having another one of these games, eh?
He's a game 3 warrior, apparently.
I think it was game 2, actually, that Dust 2 game. That was, but they were facing elimination. Eruption won map 1. I think it was a reverse sweep. Hold on, I'm beginning to see a bit of a trend here for Chinggis Warriors, I think.
Yep.
These guys are reverse sweep demons. And that Dust 2, I think, was Eruption's map pick, no? Mm-hmm. These guys are great at losing their own map pick and then reverse sweeping.
Yeah.
Someone needs to run the numbers on that. Yeah, that's legit exactly what happened.
Look, I'm not gonna say I've got the stats sitting in front of me, but I reckon it's about 100%. Based on my lived experience of watching this team play.
It's unreal. That's the mid take. Oh, once again, Chinggis Warriors just working the map, waiting for some mistakes out from the CT side. Not in a rush to really do too much of anything. I think you got a double AWP against these guys, legit. That's free farm.
Well, Chinggis Warriors kind of free farming this round into the A-bomb site. There's nothing really to be said about it for Tyloo. I think for nothing round, all things considered, attack are going to be smoked off once again. I mean, at this point, I would not be half surprised to see him just jump out of that smoke and try and do I don't know what, but...
He is... He's got the card. He's got the pass. He's from that era of Tyloo.
Yeah, exactly. He learned from somebody.
He's learned from the best. Not bad from Chinggis Warriors. They'll close out that round quite nicely. 7-2, man. They might be teeing themselves up a game with Lin Vision.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit too much now for Tyloo. If they don't pull it back right here and get maybe another couple of rounds quickly, ends up blowing out any further than 7, I'm going to start to get worried. I mean, I already am kind of worried, to be honest, after what we've seen from that last map of Tyloo.
Yeah, legit. Look, Chinggis Warriors are doing quite well for themselves.
I can't argue with that.
They're playing a good game of T-side Anubis here. I'm surprised, you know, you have seen some adaptation from Tyloo, and it has worked for them. They're just throwing them mid to late round. Mm-hmm. Oh, and this is where you get the next layer for Chinggis Warriors. I mean, that was nice. It was, to be fair, it was a totem pole boost up over the top that let them try walk through the smoke like that. But this is actually really nice. Like, they've done a lot of very heavy util starts, and this time they just take the timing to walk straight up the guts through the middle of the map, and it's a pop flash play in the mid round. Yep,
Mosaic, a lot of work to do here, and doesn't quite manage to get it done. Carnage continues to deliver with that Tech 9. And it's going to be Ifire going down, and Carnage also. So G in position to make a big difference in this round. Chinggis Warriors not going to be making it happen this time around. So 3 up for Tyloo, keeps them in the conversation.
It didn't work, but I like the call. to be honest, from Chinggis Warriors there. Like so many slower rounds, so many rounds where they run the util protocols before they do anything. And that round just dry contact where they're just looking for that really sharp timing. But unfortunately, they're just not able to find the right duels. And Tyloo picks it apart pretty nicely. So look, Tyloo looking to try to scrape 4 or 5 together here. A 5-7 is, you know, quite respectable on the CT side, to be honest.
That's assuming they get to 5, which might not necessarily be the case. They're going to just walk through. That's going to be a dead Mosea. They have just walked through the smoke. They're going to do it again. Jam Young, 1 for 1 is not good enough. That's the A site under Chinggis Warriors' control.
Yeah, legit, like, imagine they do this kind of stuff at the Austin Major. Like, they're just playing some European team. Old mate's playing anti-flash, and just, like, 3 of them just walk through the smoke at him. That's, I'm going to be like, I was here. I expected this to happen.
Well, you would definitely have to have a bit of fortune for that to continue to play out in their favor, but it's worked in this round at least.
Oh, yeah, it's like, you know, you can go over 3 or you can just win a round. So, but, you know, these guys, I just imagine half of these guys just sitting down at the roulette table, to be honest. And just playing the odds, mate. That's how it feels sometimes watching this team. You got to respect it at some point.
I think we might be getting a tech pause here.
Ooh, attack timeout.
Or attack. We've only got 4 players in here for Tyloo, as you can see.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, you're going to need a timeout. So, who are we missing? Mosey. Come on, mate. Although, seeing Mercury cloned there for a second, I can think of nothing better than IGL Mercury telling Star Rifler Mercury to go kill. That could be a Chinese era on the horizon. Man, Chinggis Warriors kind of locked in here. Controls, they're not needing to really do anything. It's the core of the old IHC, or kind of the newer version of the IHC team doing the heavy lifting here.
Oh, look at this. Oh, this big setup from both Tyloo and Chinggis Warriors. It's just going to blow up in the face of Tyloo. There's a team kill there for Chinggis Warriors as well, but it's enough still to get them into the site. 3-on-2 post plant is where you'd want to be.
I mean, again, this contact play has just completely caught Tyloo off guard. You can't be saving this round. Got to go for a 4th hit.
Well, flash over the top. Made in the smoke. Doesn't quite go deep enough there from Carnage. Probably the first little mishap we've actually seen from him as an individual tonight, but still looks like it's going to be well enough done by Chinggis Warriors. 9-3. The map is theirs for the taking. So run it back here for yet another second half, and this time it's looking pretty grim for Tyloo, down 9-3. Chinggis Warriors posting the strongest first half total of the series thus far. And it is their series to lose at this point, which would indeed, like you said earlier on, Pilsky, put them into a matchup against Vision and mark a pretty decent run so far in the ESL Challenger League playoffs. They've defeated Rare Atom. If they would then defeat Tyloo today, those are two pretty big scalps, with Vision to, I guess, complete the trifecta of Chinese teams. The Chinggis Warriors have to get through this one first.
They will have defeated China at that point.
Yeah.
Respect.
Great Wall's got nothing on Chinggis Warriors.
Yeah, man. That is conquest for Chinggis at that point. A main setup with two sets of dualies. You do not step foot in there if you're Tyloo. That is bad news.
Rooks with the dualies poised and ready. Flash is going to go over the top, but way too deep to catch Rooks, and so he'll end up getting himself one before going down. It's a 2-4-1 overall.
Nice little trap play there. With the crossfire, anti-flash setup. Tyloo trying to call the audible back into B, but there's two players already ready here to receive.
Yeah, Ariukul trying his best with the USP. Eventually does get G, who had his back turned and then is able to recalibrate as attacker comes around the corner. It is Chinggis Warriors will pick up the second half pistol, and that will certainly be throwing Tyloo's plans into disarray, because now they don't have that many rounds to play with. You're probably taking the save here if you're Tyloo. Didn't get the bomb plant down, which will be putting Chinggis Warriors up to 11.
Yeah, be right. This might be a 5-game win streak broken by Chinggis Warriors here. Another little bit of a pause here. Gotta make sure everything's up to spec, Jordan. Very important.
Right.
Are we forcing round 2 here for Tyloo? Honestly, given all the MP9s and armor, might not be a bad shout for Tyloo. Problem is, a lot of these players don't have head armor on the techies, so headshots on these MP9s going to be pretty juicy. A little bit of aim punch in the mix.
Yeah, it's a bold choice by Tyloo. We saw somewhat of a similar mentality, though, on Inferno when they were trying to not even close out that map, just trying to hang on in that map. They went for a forced buy in what was, I guess, a bit more of a 50-50 situation where you could have probably afforded yourself to save. This is awkward. E-Fire just spamming through on the timing, and then you're going to lose Ariukul as well. I don't believe it. How these Tech-9s continue to get so much work done is beyond me, but they do.
Yeah, beautiful timing for Mercury. Rooks trying to apply pressure up through E-Box side, hand in hand with controls.
We're going to have to move quickly. 3 players to find. To have a defuse kit in tow there for controls. Util getting tossed on in. Attacker copying a little bit of a sizzle, but no more than that. And Tyloo have given themselves a chance back into the map.
Yeah, Force will undoubtedly come out here for Chinggis Warriors in response. Try to stop that T-side rock train before it gets rolling. That is just excellence from Mercury, as usual. Nice little double entry, punishing, I think, E-Fire for being a bit out of position in E-Box there, and just keeps on rolling the rest of these B players.
Pass the play again from Tyloo, straight out in toward middle.
Yep.
Getting that util down. There's a bit of a crossfire established now for Chinggis Warriors. If they don't put any util into cams and walked into that, then they'd be in a bit of trouble, but Tyloo interested in going elsewhere, it would seem.
Yeah, didn't run into the big crossfire, just a big shove in the middle of the map. Seeing if there's going to be a push elsewhere. Tyloo now walking their way back towards this A side of the map. There's still a lot of 5-7s over here.
attack up. Mercury making it look easy as they enter into A. Not too much to say about that one. Chinggis Warriors just force buying in, but not getting too much done.
Yeah, I think isolated that mid lurker, but I think at those kind of ranges, the 5-7's not going to do you too many favors, unfortunately. Just couldn't quite find the right duels that they were looking for. I think if Tyloo kept going with that initial approach, shoving up middle, then it could have been a bit of a nightmare, but they end up slowing things down and kicking off an A execute that works out a charm. There should be plenty of time for Chinggis Warriors to try to close this game on the CT side, but Tyloo's starting to close the gap. I think this will be a tight game.
Yeah, I agree. It does feel like Tyloo are in with a real good chance here. As long as they can keep this streak rolling. I mean, they are on the T side, you know, so don't want to get too far ahead of myself just yet, but 10-5 scoreline. It's not as threatening as it might just look on paper. For anyone that's, you know, not super familiar with the map or with the game. It's a pretty T-sided map in a pretty T-sided game. So you can definitely get a lot done. And attacker doing just that outside of B main. Will clean up E fire. That is a B site that's completely open for Tyloo.
Yeah, Chinggis Warriors expecting again on the anti-eco kind of anti-force approach that there will be presence in the middle of the map for Tyloo. They tried to catch them a little deeper in mid last time, but this time definitely up towards doors. Issue being that the mollies and the nades are causing them some problems with the flash through the middle of the map, and Ariuk will spotted Tyloo know exactly what's going on here. Still Jamyoung will receive a dink. Full sticking around.
Well, not too concerned about that dink apparently, because he's handing them out himself. So another really solid looking round from Tyloo. Admittedly, easy to make it look that good when you're just up against pistols. But a few gun rounds still yet to get through.
Yeah. But Tyloo have built themselves a good enough economy to kind of fight for this game with. Rook's just going to go down with the bomb. Doesn't want to feed an extra kill over to the Mac 10s. See if the MP9's kept over into the next gun round for Mosey. Won't be enough to get an AWP here for Chinggis Warriors. Gonna have to rely on the rifles, and you can see missing a fair bit of util there for Carnage and Controls as they go for head armor. Anticipating the MP9 and the FAMAS to be kept over, but you do see the upgrade to the AWP there, so head armor not going to get as much value into this round as you would expect. Might have been better going for util across the board here.
Flash into main for Tyloo. It's not going to get them too much space, but Mosey...
Oh, he's caked the smoke.
Yeah, I was going to say he's going to try and look to work that main control, but without that smoke, it's going to be a little more difficult. So instead, they're going to send Jamyoung in. Nice double flash, isn't it? Something
I mean,
different.
the flashes in the earlier round have been great from Tyloo. A lot of pressure in the middle of the map applied by Jamyoung, but this is going to move quickly into a 1-4. Tyloo looking to hit that beat timing here. Still a lot of util left over on Ariukal and E-Fire here.
Don't know that Ariukal's going to get the chance to use much of it, although E-Fire trying to help him out isn't actually going to be able to get that kill quickly enough. A little bit of a whiff in the end, and Tyloo steamroll their way onto the bomb site. Meanwhile, Jamyoung was able to get himself one in mid as well. So no rotation in tow for Chinggis Warriors, and that scoreline deficit is depleting.
I'm not going to lie, that big setup was a bit cooked.
Yeah?
Neither one of these players had any kind of protocol if the B hit came out. Like, there was not really reactive util. I think there might have been a molly onto E-Box, but that was about it. Like, and then you just see E-Fire, I think it was, in Ninja, just pretty much baiting his teammate. He doesn't try to take a duel with anyone on the cross. He lets 3 Ts just run straight up his guts, and then he just gets one, and the side gets folded. Like, either you got to have some good util protocols to be able to deal with the contact setup there, or you got to really kind of play the crossfire and stop Tyloo from scaling into the side. And they kind of did neither. Just got caught by the contact play completely. And it's something they got to be ready for, because it's literally what they were doing on the T side.
It's going to be panic stations now for Chinggis Warriors. They call attack timeout. They recognize this is getting a little bit too close for comfort. Tyloo are looking pretty good on the T side. They're getting a bit of a roll on. We've got no money. Haryukul's down to just an MP9 as our standout player for the map as well.
Yeah, they're going to get broken here probably. But maxed out on the loss bonus here, Jordan. So, look, they can save and keep putting these gun rounds together. If they're responsible with their economy, they can have a lot of chances to try to pitch in these rounds on the CT side. But they've been hard to come by so far.
Bit of a default spread for Tyloo. Nobody really paying too much attention to middle. But it's going to be a B finish. That much is clear. Minute and a half left on the clock. Tyloo look like they've got a very set plan for this round, and losing one that early on in the piece is not ideal. But Chinggis Warriors also have a lot of info. They pushed all the way out of A, and they've caught Mosea on the bridge as well. So this is actually going to be impossible for Tyloo to win now. They just gave up way too much map territory, and Chinggis Warriors pounced upon that and made a very fast rotate happen.
That was, yeah, perfect after the attack timeout. You see the adjustments already being made there for Chinggis Warriors. They're much more active on that A side of the map. They threw a smoke outside of A main early on and then pushed straight through it. And while Tyloo was walking to try to go for that same B pop on the timing, Chinggis Warriors, like you said, took the entire map, number one. But number two, you also had much better reactive utility out there from the side anchors on B to break up kind of that Tyloo snowball getting rolling.
Rooks with a push out over mid.
That's peak Chinggis Warriors. Rooks has just dry walked up mid on a gun round.
Oh!
And we've dry walked outside of B main. This is exactly what these guys do best. And Tyloo is left reeling.
Yeah, the only semblance of map control that they have is here in water. They don't even really have A main control. We have smoke out from Chinggis Warriors as well to try and slow Tyloo down. It's going to give Carnage the chance to properly figure out this boost. Interesting one to pull out, really, for Chinggis Warriors, considering you're up 3v5.
I think it's great. I think these kind of boosts are exactly what you want to go for. Just give yourself a chance to further extend that advantage, especially with the Heaven Smoke coming out. This might come up huge for him.
Yeah, we'll see if he can actually see over the top of it. I believe he would be able to, but he's decided to drop off. And so they have allowed Tyloo out onto the site. Carnage's position will be all important as he hides inside of that smoke. The rest of Chinggis Warriors making their retake pathway through a main. Carnage dropping. Oh, and Rooks has missed that somehow. I don't know how that's possible. It looked like it was dead on to me, but the smoke in for Heaven has not connected either. This is starting to fall apart at the seams for Chinggis Warriors. They need to hit some shots. They need some connections right now, and Rooks is really not delivering anything with that AWP at all.
Oh, man. Never get Rooks an AWP again.
No.
He's not, no Rooks there. That's a bit of a reach. Sorry to everyone.
What was that? What was that even meant to be? I don't even...
It's meant to be Team Immunity's rookie. Rooks there. Thoughts?
Yeah, I had no idea where you were even going with that one.
I'm still workshopping that one.
It's definitely gone over my head.
Yeah, look, a bit like the AWP shot, really. Tyloo, though. They've done a good job recovering that 3-on-5. Really good active play on the T side, getting those entries into that A side, and then once they take both those players on Heaven side, they flip the map really nicely and pay the post plan from CT. Well done.
Transfer a reset here for Tyloo. Managed to pick this round up. Chinggis Warriors won't have much in the next.
Control's gone down. So that active A player ends up backfiring this time. Beautiful flash over onto house side. That's another easy opening kill here for Tyloo. 5 on 3. They never lose these, right?
Never. Not one singular time. Oh.
That's not the man you want to be running into.
It's happening! It's happening! He's almost taken down attacker as well. Okay, but surely they don't expect Mosaic here. So it should be all good.
He's a coach.
He's a
manager. Oh, Fangle's too good. There you go. 9's up for Tyloo. That's an economic reset. And
spicy.
11-10.
What are you?
Oh, man.
What are you thinking about?
Oh, I forget how that one goes.
It's the German Coast Guard.
I know what you're referring to. I just don't remember how it goes. Open a mag 7. Oh, never mind. We've gone for a deagle. Boring.
MP9. 5-7. Deagle doesn't exist anymore.
Jam Young's been getting a lot of these openers the last couple of rounds. Okay. Carnage pegging one back. That's the bomb dropped. Oh, Mosey. Come on, buddy. Let's see some confidence. He's heard all of those footsteps back away, so I think he's probably going to call the boys over and we're going to go for an A ending here. I like the approach for Chinggis Warriors. You get that pick on the A side of the map and you're expecting the rotation to come from B. Tyloo to just actively try to avoid the AWP, which they might still do. The bomb's heading back through spawn.
Ooh. Could go right into the AWP and the MP9. And all this takes to fall apart for Tyloo is that AWP connecting the first shot. If the entry is happening for Tyloo and the first kill goes the way of Chinggis Warriors, all of a sudden that's potential round on, but Mercury waits patiently enough and Tyloo will get their freebies in the end, which will pull that deficit back down to just the 1 round. 11-10 now the scoreline. Tyloo putting together a good T side of Anubis, and maybe that combo of 5 wins in a row was not going to be broken today. Tack timeout being used by Chinggis Warriors. They recognize again just how important it is to hold on to this lead when you're on the CT side, and they haven't been doing a great job of that so far.
Last time they took attack, it was a really nice adaptation for them, so we'll see what they come up with. I think it's hilarious that Ariukels spent all of his money in the last round to buy coach and all. He has a lot of faith in a 35-year-old coach to be winning around with the hero AWP. It's interesting.
Especially when he's 21 and 13. Ariukels 21 and 13, bro. Like, someone give this man a rifle.
Look, controls. You have your 21 and 13 games. It's Ariukels' turn, though. Come on.
Yeah. Where's Ariukel going to play, though? I want to see. If he's... I was going to say, if he's in towards like E-Box or something, then fine. But he's solo holding A. He's solo holding A with an MP9.
Yeah, that's okay.
You're a fan of that?
Yeah, I think that's fine. Oh, Rooks is just... Oh, it's not even Rooks, it's Controls. Sorry, my bad.
Well, if that's the peak that Controls is going to take, then yeah, fair enough. He's definitely not going to want an MP9 at that range.
They legit have tried to go and kill that player who goes for the mid-util multiple times now. Like, respect. They're really trying to abuse that little gimmick. And it's worked out for them multiple times. There's the A take. It is just Controls over here on his lonesome. So I am glad for one that he has a rifle.
Oh, look at this counter util. This Molly's coming through everywhere. And Tyloo have the site. You could not have been standing there as Chinggis Warriors anywhere, pretty much. Fresh and smoke out, though. And they will try to filter their way out through cams, which has worked. So far so good. 1 for 1 for Rooks is eventually going to start to fall by the wayside as Mercury will be able to grab himself one more. And the numbers here for Chinggis Warriors are looking pretty grim. The money as well is going to be looking pretty bad, pretty dire, should they lose this round. They are still fighting for it. Tough though with a player in cams and a player in main to make a retake happen here, and they just can't seem to get any kind of control on that bomb site at all. So 11-11 is the score, and Chinggis Warriors have a decision to make financially.
Yeah. They can't quite afford a 3-bedroom house. And they've got to just go for like a, 2-bed, 1 bath, 1 car spot. It's not going to quite do the work. Got to chuck a double mattress in one of the rooms. It's not looking good. They're only kind of half buying. It's like a hero rifle on Ariukal. So they are saving into round 24 to play for OT, give themselves a decent shot at winning this round.
Patience a virtue for Tyloo, it would seem, in this round. We're going to get the smoke in from middle.
Yeah,
Jamyang and G working together to try and take that mid control.
They know someone's going to dry peak at some point. It's just a question of when. There it is. I mean, to be fair, it's Jamyang peeking into him, so Rooks will take that. Well done from him.
Big rotation over to the A bomb site here from Chinggis Warriors.
He's pitched the AK. Hold on. Yeah, you're right. Bro, he's just walked through that. He's actually just walked through that. What a freaking madman. This guy does not care. That might just win them the game. That legit might win them the game right here.
Well, I'll tell you, it'll probably win them the round at least. The game, jury's out, because Tyloo are going to get another buy through here, but it's definitely not happening this round. Mercury, slowly but surely, running out of bullets. Been given no shortage of opportunities by Chinggis Warriors with these little jiggle peaks, but that's 12 for Chinggis Warriors.
Oh, this Rooks guy's got a screw loose, that's for sure. You gotta respect it though. The balls that these guys, like, I don't know how they walk around with balls this big. The calculated stupidity, you know?
Put them in the backpack.
Put them in the backpack. Hang them over the shoulder, put them in the backpack.
Just flip them up.
That might work.
Well, maximum buy out from both teams, although Controls has not bought head armor, so that, unlikely to play much of a factor. But if it does, would be a little bit silly considering he's got 1800 in the back pocket.
It's a slow approach from Tyloo. Rooks once again applying some pressure to middle, but this time opts to play a little more sensibly. Controls burning through his util set, trying to stop Tyloo from taking A main for now.
Rooks, he's doomed. He can't see anything, and so that'll be mid control taken by Tyloo. Now they're going to collapse in onto A, and then it's up to Controls, who cannot get anything done either. And that is a very nice take from Tyloo. So, of course, we had to go overtime for this game. There was no two ways about it. It was just destined to go in that direction, and we'll find ourselves there for map 3.
Both of these teams really doing everything they can. They want to crack it at Lin Vision for a spot in the granny. And I don't know, do you get some kind of advantage coming in from the upper bracket?
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah. Get the advantage of chilling out and watching your opponents play for a bit. Alright, Chinggis Warriors once again on the CT side. Tyloo have been, I mean, they went on an absolute streak on that T side despite a slip up versus the half buy. They didn't let it shake them too much, really, did they?
Not really. Yeah, I'd definitely be feeling a little bit worse here if I was Chinggis Warriors, having seen how things have played out.
Finally been punished.
Yeah.
It only took 25 rounds. He's done that like 4 times in regulation.
Mm-hmm. I'm not going to be getting away with it in the overtime, at least in the first round.
I can't believe he's actually gone for that in OT after how many times they did that in regulation.
Yep. Nothing if not consistent.
Carnage pushed off the line. Gonna drop a molly for safety. Peer rotations coming towards A here. This shove in the middle of the map is causing some panic for Chinggis Warriors. They all took a trip back to CT spawn to admire the beach and then restacked B.
Smoke's getting traded back and forth. Mercury, through his flash, will be able to get the better of Carnage, who was good for one, but no more than that. And Chinggis Warriors are just falling apart on this B bomb site. Bomb plant will go down. Controls found in CT spawn by Mercury. As the first round of overtime going the way of Tyloo.
I think Chinggis Warriors going to have to come up with some more creative solutions to find these aggression timings, because they can't just keep trying to shove at the same point in these rounds. Especially in the mid. I don't think we've seen them go for that like water aid take aggression. That could work for them. Seen Tyloo start heavy towards rug side a couple of times now and passive in middle. Seems like they really want to start towards that A side of the map and trade down utility in towards A main, hold the E-box peak, stuff like that. So I think, to be honest, that like smoke to stairs and push down E-box and through A main could work out nicely on the timing. Could definitely catch a G and Mosey over there, I believe it is.
So we've got a pause.
Of
I'm
course.
assuming there'll be some more tech, like, you know, internet issues somewhere here. Just what you want heading into OT.
Time did we start?
10 o'clock. Technically, it didn't start at 10 o'clock. It was probably half an hour delayed because of the tech issues at the start. But we're coming up on 3 hours for this series.
Some good effort in CS2.
It is.
Seen Jam Young taking a lot of opening duels this series. I've always been a player that I would characterize as a bit more of a lurky player in the past on Tyloo, but in this current iteration of Tyloo right now, I feel like Jam Young has been set up to go for a lot of entries.
It does seem that
Inferno
way
as well.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I've been sort of noticing that trend as well. He was the first man up banana, and here on Anubis, he's been getting flashed into middle a lot.
Yeah. They're using him as the point man quite a lot, which is interesting because, like, for me, Jam Young's skill set is you want him alive at the end of the round. He's like the Chinese JKS, you know? Except he's way younger, so he shoots a lot more people. But JKS at that age, you know?
Yeah.
How old is Jam Young? Let's have a look.
Sort of early mid-20s, I'd say at this point. I'm going to guess 24.
23, good guess.
Ooh, pretty close.
He's still pretty young.
Yeah, so no info on what's happening here or how long this is going to be, this pause. Just have to bear with us.
You know what, though? I think with the current trend that we're seeing of, like, the boomer demons and stuff,
Right.
if this major run doesn't go well for Tyloo, might be time to get Advent back in the mix.
Okay. Who's out?
Oh, probably Attacker. He's currently occupying the boomer demon spot in the team there, isn't he?
Yeah, I suppose so. But like,
He's got to be late 20s.
Do you honestly not want to see Mercury in-game leading? I feel like Mercury's in-game leading as a general has actually been pretty decent.
Yeah, but Apex has won some tournaments and that, so
Yeah, that's
you
fair
need at
enough.
least one 30-year-old. That's the meta right now. Attacker's only 28, bro. This guy's been playing forever.
Yeah, it feels like it's been going forever.
He's been playing literally since he was 17 or 18. And that was in Tyloo. August 2014.
Wow.
On Tyloo.
Not a bad way to make a living.
Guess the lineup.
Oh, in
August
2014.
You would never guess it.
Attacker.
Yep. That's a good guess.
QZ.
No.
No. DD.
I'm going to help you out.
Okay.
Because we're going back in. Summer, Captain Mo, Attacker, Forget, and RYK.
I was gonna guess Mo.
And QZ and somebody
got...
and DD were on the team that was playing against them.
Yeah, would not have got the other ones.
There you go. Bit of Chinese CS history. Man, it's... Oh my god, it is Strywalk. Okay, controls. He loves one of these. That's what I was saying. I was expecting aggression on this A side of the map to work out well. And to be honest, he did have a little bit of a window there, but... Just cooked it.
Just cooked it. We might expect things to slow down a little bit here. Tyloo, though, are putting some util into mid, so they're going to explore that part of the map first. And then maybe hold for some space, because Chinggis Warriors here are pushing completely out of B. There's nobody that's watching that. Tyloo not going to be super prepared for this, but similarly also playing pretty safe from it at the moment. If they go quickly to A, this push out from Chinggis Warriors is going to be all for naught, and that kills a big one though. Bomb still in transition, won't get caught. Nobody pushing their way quickly down the T stairs. It's Tyloo that will be taking the A site, and probably Tyloo that will be taking this round as well.
If that had just been a molly instead of a smoke for Carnage there, that could have been a winnable round. Still could be if these A players get a couple of entries back in, but that's beautiful defense for Mercury. He's had a phenomenal series today for Tyloo. 14-12. And Tyloo wants to say hello to Linvision in the upper bracket here. Wants a bit of a revenge for the MRQ.
And they go 3 on the trot and make it almost an impossibility for Chinggis Warriors to stay alive in the map. Fast towards B this time.
Yeah, B-pop.
Did have a nice one of these earlier on in the piece. Alright, Attacker. Not going to be able to do too much. Carnage just hitting flicks like it's nobody's business. Doesn't matter though. Numbers still good for Tyloo, and controls. Oh, he's thinking about it. He's definitely thinking about it. His timing through the smoke would be illegal, and eventually he is brought back to heel by Jamyoung. So just Ariukul. It's been a hard game for Tyloo, but it feels like the reward is being put together with a kill there. It is 3 in the first half of overtime for Tyloo, and they need just 1 now on CT.
This T side been phenomenal. That was... What was it? They were down 3-9 at the half. So that's 9 plus 3 there. 12 to the 3 that Chinggis Warriors was able to put together on their own CT side. So Tyloo really dominating the T side in the last 15 or so. Sorry, 15, 12. No, 15 because Chinggis Warriors did get 3. So yeah, 15 or so rounds. They win 12 of them. It's pretty insane.
So there's definitely some damning stats in this series on both sides.
For sure. Oh,
G is playing with fire.
A little bit of E-box control, a little bit of pressure on A main here for Chinggis Warriors. Aggression out A main. This is what I was saying. I'm surprised Tyloo has not been doing that so many times this series. The pop flash plays in the mid round against the way Chinggis Warriors plays are so free.
Yeah, could have done another pop flash into E-box would not go astray, but the nades are going to do a pretty good job. Attacker on for 3 this round so far. He might be getting more as well, as Controls is just going to go walking through the smoke. The ace will be a little too difficult to grasp.
How has he gotten away with that?
Uh-oh. 2v4, anybody?
Yes, winnable. Very winnable. Oh. Controls goes down. 3 HP and a dream for Rooks. Gonna drop a molly on cams.
Yeah, dream is very real.
Jeez, just disrespected the mollies, giving them a taste of their own medicine. Tyloo winning the map, teeing themselves up a rematch with Linvision there in that upper bracket for a spot in the grand final.
Yeah, what a prolonged series. That was an extended one. Once again, it seems like Chinggis Warriors are the kind of team that never really does anything by halves. They always want to be going the distance. Somewhat slow starters. Their first map's often a bit of a struggle. Brought it back on map 2, but couldn't get it done here on map 3. Quite a lot of mental resilience shown by Tyloo. Things were looking very, very grim for them in the first half of this map, but obviously had faith in their T side, and there's a decent reason for that. A lot of these T rounds from Tyloo have, as a general rule, looked pretty good. You could see that the cohesion was there in a lot of instances for Tyloo, where they were sort of flashing for Jamyoung, helping each other out. Saw the same sorts of things on Inferno as well. So I want to kind of say, yeah, look, it looks decent for Tyloo in that sense, but I'm still not super sold that they're really at like peak form and that they're going to be in a position where if they go into that major, they're going to do really, really well, right? We need to see a bit of a better brand of Counter-Strike from Tyloo. Just kind of clean things up a little bit. But the foundation is looking good, at least.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think Chinggis Warriors respect where respect's due. They've got some insane individuals, although inconsistent. They had a really, really great T side on Anubis here, like caught Tyloo with their pants down more times than they can count, than I can count. And they did win the CT pistol. They're up 10-3. This game was theirs on a silver platter, so they are kicking themselves that they've got to go down in the lower bracket. But they will have to only take on -72C. They should be very confident they can win that game and progress to lower bracket round 4. They'll be teeing themselves up again with the Huns or Rare Adam. Over there on the other side of the upper bracket, we did see the Huns forfeiting this game due to a scheduling conflict with Mesa, I'm assuming.
Yep.
And so it will be, like we said, Tyloo Linvision in the upper bracket final for a spot in towards that grand final nice and early on. Won't have to fight their way through a lower bracket opponent, and we'll get to kind of chill and watch some of the other teams play. And I think I'm feeling good about Linvision's prospects in that game, just with how close and shaky this series was with Tyloo and Chinggis Warriors, as well as the fact that you did have Linvision winning the head-to-head over Tyloo in both, I think it was maybe a Bucharest qualifier or Astana qualifier, as well as the MRQ recently. So they're feeling pretty good the last couple of BO3s they've taken on Tyloo recently.
Yeah, that'll be a conversation that we do get into tomorrow. For now, it's the end of the broadcast for today. It's been a long one, 2-1 for Tyloo. They'll progress through the upper bracket, and we will be progressing through to tomorrow, where we'll catch you a little bit earlier for Oceania, or if you're just interested in Asia, we'll be there too. See you then.